हार होगी अगर मान लिया जाए, जीत निश्चित होगी अगर ठान लिया जाए। समझो हार होगी अगर मान लिया जाए, जीत निश्चित होगी अगर ठान लिया जाए। किसी भी मंजिल को पाया जा सकता है अगर अपनी लगन और ताकत को पहचान लिया जाए। लगन और ताकत को पहचान लिया जाए। A very good morning and a warm welcome to all present in the conference. Respected chief guests, inaugural session, Professor R. Mittal, member, University Transmission, and ex-Vice Chancellor, Chaudhry Bansi Lal University, Bhiwani. Respected keynote speaker, Dr. Surinder Bansal, Professor, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. Invited speaker, Dr. Kanjan Aneja, Dean and Professor, School of Business and Management Studies, Central University of Haryana, Mahendragarh. Chief guest, technical session, Dr. Tejendra Sharma, Professor, Department of Commerce, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. Dr. Apart from this, the conventional focus on GDP fails to consider crucial social indicators, neglecting human and social aspects of development. This conference is planned to enable academicians, researchers, industry experts, and policymakers to assess how these challenges should be addressed. It will definitely provide an opportunity to expand your knowledge and broaden your horizon by listening to new ideas. Let's begin the event with a traditional lamp lighting ceremony. The light brings prosperity, auspiciousness, good health, abundance of wealth, and leads to the destruction of darkness. I humbly request all the dignitaries to kindle the lamp and seek the choice blessing. witnessing the lamp being lit in May is inspired us all. Thank you all. It's the time to listen to the opening remarks. I request convener of the conference, Ms. Himanshi, to please come and deliver the opening remarks. Very warm good morning to all. I, Himanshi, assistant professor convener Dr. Sunil Sharma ji, worthy members of the management, eminent dignitaries, fellow colleagues, and research scholars from different organizations. I express my most sincere gratitude for your presence in this DGHE approved one-day national conference on opportunities and challenges for Indian economy in the way to Viksit Bharat by 2047. I believe the chosen topic is truly relevant and will be highly valuable for the young researchers. They will be benefited from the conference as it will provide them an opportunity to interact with the renowned experts. Talking about the Indian economy, according to International Monetary Fund, India is the fifth largest economy in the world in terms of nominal GDP. Our GDP is estimated to be $3.89 trillion and is projected to grow at the rate of 7% for the fiscal year ending 2024-25, which is higher than the projected growth rate of many developed economies of the world. The international organizations are having a very optimistic attitude towards Indian economy. There has to be many factors behind this. We have a pool of educated and techno-savvy workforce. Our population embraces technology. Today, we are connected to speakers and delegates from different parts of the country using technology. Next is expanding middle class in India is also a plus point for us. Expanding middle class brings higher consumption, increase the demand for education, healthcare, basic necessities of life, and help in the growth of industrial and service sector. India is home to 1.4 billion people. The businessmen across the world look at India's market as a potential customer for their products. India has one of the youngest population in the world with the median age of 28.4 years. More people in the workforce means higher output and hence higher growth. Government is continuously increasing its capital spending on infrastructure, which is providing a big boost to the GDP growth in the economy. Undoubtedly, we have the potential to become a developed nation. However, this transition towards Viksit Bharat is definitely not going to be without hardships and requires stern efforts of all the stakeholders involved. India has become the most populous country in the world, surpassing China. This should definitely not be a moment to be proud. Yet, we are in a position to transit it into a blessing if we could harness the potential of our growing population. The period is apt as the country has one of the youngest population in the world with the median age of 28.4 years. However, this demographic dividend window is open only for a limited time frame. India's median age of 28.4 years will only increase in years to come, and the nation will have economic and social obligations for the aging population. This means that this means that we are left with limited years to harness the benefits arising from a higher percentage of the working age population as compared to dependents. The question is, have we created educated, skilled, and healthy workforce to smoothen the transition into the labor force and ample opportunities for the working age population so that they contribute to the national product to their best? The discussion in the conference will attempt to answer these questions. The need of the hour is to tap these opportunities, embrace the challenges, and remember success is not only about reaching the destination but continuously striving to grow with each experience. At the end, I would like to thank Principal Sir. The conference would not have been imagined without your motivation and encouragement, sir. I would like to express thanks and gratitude to our esteemed management for allowing us to host this conference and for all the facilities which will undoubtedly contribute to the success of this conference. I pray from the Almighty God for the success of this event. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Imanshi. I wish that the conference be characterized by fruitful, in-depth conversations leading to the betterment of society. Thank you once again. मिलकर भूल जाए इन्हें ऐसे इनके अल्फाज नहीं मिलकर भूल जाए इन्हें ऐसे इनके अल्फाज नहीं सूरज से चमकते हैं किसी परिचय के मोहताज नहीं किसी परिचय के मोहताज नहीं आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट द पर्सन who is the source of inspiration for all of us, respected principal of the college, Dr. Ajay Kumar Garg. May I request sir to please come and address the audience.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Chief guest of the inaugural session of today's conference, Professor Rajkumar Mittal, member UGC and former Vice Chancellor Chaudhary Bansilal University Diwani. Keynote speaker, Dr. Surinder Kumar, Professor, Delhi School of Economics. Invited speaker, Dr. Ranjan Aneja, Dean and Professor, School of Business and Management Studies, Central University, Haryana. Session chairpersons, Dr. Archana Chaudhary, Associate Professor, Department of Economics, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. Professor Tajendra Sharma ji, Department of Commerce and Management, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. In valedictory session, invited chief guest, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, Chairperson, Department of Economics, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. Research scholars, faculty members, my dear friends, I welcome you all in DHE one-day national conference on a very important topic, opportunities and challenges for Indian economy in the way of Viksit Bharat 2047. You all accepted our invitation and spared time from your busy schedule. I also welcome our worthy President, Shri Dharmveer Ji Batra, Vice President, Shri Balram Ji Nandwani, General Secretary, Shri Lakshmi Narayan Ji Miglani, Shri Yudhishthir Miglani Ji, and all other office bearers of the college governing body who are always committed for the betterment and growth of the institution. I also welcome Vice Principal of the college, Dr. Shashi Prabha Ji, and IQAC Coordinator, Dr. Vikram Kumar. It is a matter of immense pleasure for me that the Department of Economics and Commerce and Management of our college have taken this initiative on a very relevant topic. I congratulate Dr. Sunik Sharma, Dr. Himanshi, conveners of the conference, Professor Ajay Pal Singh, Professor Madhvi, Dr. Jyoti Gehlot, and all the members of the organizing team for their untiring efforts to make this conference a success. Large number of abstracts received speaks about the success of the conference and the hard work of the organizing team. The theme of the conference is very relevant as India aspires to emerge as a developed nation by 2057. On the eve of 76th Independence Day, our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, called upon the nation to take Panch Paran, that is 5 votes. The foremost focuses on making India a developed nation by 2047, that is the time when the nation turns 100. This ambitious goal requires a comprehensive understanding of the economic landscape, identifying the opportunities that lie ahead, and addressing the challenges that may hinder our progress. If I talk about the college, IB College Panipat started its journey in 1967 with the sole aim of providing the value-based education. Since then, the college is progressing by leaps and bounds with untiring and continuous efforts of our dedicated management. It is a matter of pride for the entire family of the college that the services rendered to the society by this great institution since its inception have been recognized at many levels to make undergraduate degree more useful. Many skill-based certificate courses like fashion designing, nail arts, cooking, baking, digital marketing, Python, GSP, cosmetology, stitching and embroidery, mehendi design, and essentials and robotics are also offered to the students in the college. The ever increasing number of positions of merit in the university, results secured by the students, and the distinctions won in the field of sports, cultural and co-curricular activities are the living testimony of the progressive graph of the college. The whole staff of the college deserves credits for such wonderful achievements. Sir, every effort is being made for providing the best facilities to the students, lush green lawns, wide open and airy rooms, well-equipped labs, huge library, audio-video seminar halls, smart classrooms, YouTube channels of the college, modern gymnasium, very effective placement cell, incubation center, dynamic website of the college, skill development center in the college are the biggest assets of this great institution for the students. I, on behalf of I College Panipat, thank all the dignitaries who spared their precious time to grace the occasion and all delegates, research scholars for their enthusiastic participation in the conference. Wishing you all a profound learning experience. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. Your words have always motivated us to do our best. Thanks once again, sir. As a remembrance of this event, we have come out with the souvenir. It's the time to release the souvenir. May I request all the dignitaries to release the souvenir, please? Please put your hands together as the souvenir is being released. Thank you all. It's a privilege to have an idealistic personality, Professor R.K. Mittal, as chief guest of the session, and it's an honor for me to introduce him. He is ex-vice chancellor of Chaudhry Bansilal University, Bhiwani. He has been the founder vice chancellor of Tirthankar Mahavir University, Moradabad, Haryana. He has a rich experience as professor in the University School of Management Studies, Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, New Delhi. He has also served as Dean, University School of Management Studies, University School of Education, and University School of Humanities and Social Sciences, Director, Development and Coordinator, NAC and UGC at Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University. His total teaching, research, and administrative experience of more than 35 years has played a significant role in building many academic institutions from their inception stage. Professor Mittal has 6 books to his credit and 120 research publications in journals of national and international repute. He has supervised 21 research scholars, out of which 18 have been awarded PhD degrees. 150 MBA students have completed their major research project under his supervision. As per Google Scholar, citations are 710, while H-index, I-index is 12. He has contributed towards the enrichment of profession by organizing more than 50 international and national conferences, seminars, and FPTs. He has delivered over 100 keynote addresses and invited talks. He has also been the recipient of Outstanding Achievement Award by Haryana Maithili Sangh, Best Teacher Award by GGS IPU Delhi, Lifetime Achievement Award by IEEE UP chapter. He has also visited abroad for various academic purposes and successfully completed 4 major research and consultancy projects. He has been associated with many prestigious academic institutions and promoting the idea of Swadeshi and Atmanirbhar Bharat, self-employment and entrepreneurship, implementation of NEP 2020, responsible consumption and production, integrating Indian knowledge system and thoughts into the present Indian education, character building, and holistic personality development of the youth. A while ago, Sir has also been appointed as member of University Grant Commission. The list of his achievements is endless and professional journey of Professor Mittal cannot be restricted to few lines. Sir, we are privileged to have you with us today and I request you to please address our audience. Please, sir.
Thank you so much, the worthy members of the governing body of prestigious IB College, Panipat, the worthy principal and my good friend, Professor Ajay Garagji, the eminent speakers and keynote address, Professor Surendra Kumarji, the other dignitaries and the participants to this very, I would say, uh, relevant conference on the theme of making India Viksit Bharat by 2047, challenges and opportunity. So at the outset, I congratulate Professor Garag and his team for always taking initiative for quality education and more and more innovative courses which ultimately result in better placement and enhancing the employability of the student. I had the opportunity to visit many times IB College, and always I find the environment very innovative, supportive, motivating towards quality education. So thanks for giving me this opportunity. The topic is very relevant and important for all of us to think over that by how 2047 we can make India great, Viksit Bharat, developed nation. Hardly I think now 23 years or roughly 23, 24 years are left. So how each one of us can contribute to make this country again great. We all know that India was known as Sone ki Chidiya, uh, and even the statistics do reveal that by 1500 century up to AD, the contribution of India in world GDP was roughly one third. That means around 30% or even more than that. And India's products were well known to the rest of the world, whether it is handicraft, dyeing, textile, chemicals, and other items. They were exported in a big way, and we never had problems like today we face, like unemployment problem, poverty. There was widespread prosperity all around, and that is why India was known. India was a great country, prosperous country. So therefore, how to again rebuild this? Today we find many problems. The biggest problem all around us is the how to make youth employable. The number one problem to me appears to be that how to provide meaningful job opportunity to the youth, which constitute 37, roughly 15 to 29 years of age, 20-30 crore, which is, I think, in number largest than the total population of USA or most of the country, Europe, etc. Still, by conservative estimate, maybe 10% of the population still live below poverty line. The inequalities between rich and the poor that is growing each day, each passing day. The process of this globalization and this market orientation or we can say new economic policy introduced since 1991. This, on the one hand, the growth has picked up, maybe the uh, highest growth rate today India is witnessing. But at the same time, like in most of the other country, India is also facing that inequalities are rising, which is creating social, you can say, disharmony, tension, and therefore how to tackle it, that becomes crucial. At the same time, everyone talks about that this growth process has resulted in lot of environmental damage. Growth is picking up, choices are more, prosperity on one side is visible, but at the cost of the environment, this planet, and how to save this generation, how to future generation, how to have sustainable development. This is a topmost question today. So therefore, to me, when we talk about Viksit Bharat, on the one hand, growth has to be picked up. Today, India's economy is roughly $4 trillion, and in terms of per capita income, maybe our per capita income is roughly 2,500 US dollar. It has to be increased 10 times or more than 20,000 per dollar to be in the category of the developed nation. So, how to increase income per capita income 10 times? This is a challenge. So, growth rate definitely has to be higher and higher. This is one. But at the same time, the other related problems, that is how to have distribution. We one be participant to this growth process, or we can say growth is equitable or inclusive growth, where all sections of society they do participate, so that no one is left over. This is another challenge. How to address environmental issue? This is another equally important challenge. And how to provide employment opportunity to youth, no poverty. These are broader, you can say, concern uh, we have to address, and then only I think uh, we will be having a country which is called Viksit Bharat. We don't wish that India to be a developed nation and just it is just replica of any other Western country, or maybe of France, Italy, etc., or maybe any other country, but a country which genuinely takes care of all such concern, and which propagates the values India was known for. India was known for social harmony. India was known for bandhutva, bhaichara. India was known for uh, having symbiotic relationship with the environment, and these types of values, human values, which propagates harmony, brotherhood, family system, all such type of concern a country addresses, then only I think it makes sense to have a India Viksit Bharat. Now there are in this process there are challenges, there are opportunities. So briefly, just another 5 6 minutes, I would like to address one of the challenges and opportunity. The in the initial address talked about is like India's population is youth population. As I mentioned, around 37 crore or 37 crore or 40 crore roughly population. This is youth, largest, and how we can uh, take advantage of them. How this youth population is skilled, how this youth population is healthy, how this youth population is molded in the national, you can say, resurgence or in economic development, how they be trained. And I think India cannot provide employment to all in the sense we talk about, like organized employment can only be, the share of the organized employment is roughly 7%. The only way we can do and in the past we have done is through entrepreneurship. And recently, through Swavlambi Bharat Abhiyan, we have written a book, which is the title is like Jaivik Udyamita or Organic Route to Entrepreneurship. In India, we have a system whereby through small money, through small businesses, through local network, we can have small businesses. If youth is prompted to shift their mindset towards those businesses
अरे
and then
पूजो दी उसी
gradually
पे कर सकते हैं क्या अकाउंट नंबर पे?
built up
अकाउंट नंबर पे नहीं कर
those
सकते, समर्थ
businesses.
पे करोगे? अरे आप क्या
Excuse
समर्थ
me,
चल नहीं रहा है?
okay, please mute your mic. Someone is speaking,
ठीक
I
है, एक
think.
मिनट रुको रुको. हेलो, यस सर. ठीक है मैम.
Sir, please unmute yourself.
मित्तल सर, गलती से आपका माइक भी म्यूट है.
Now visible? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello. So whatever I have spoken was, audible or not?
Yes, sir, you are audible and visible. Please continue.
So what I am saying is that the first challenge and the opportunity is in terms of the rising youth population, which is sizable in number, roughly maybe 40 crore, and this is the biggest number, and we need to train our youth, we need to educate our youth, we need to provide skill training to them, take care of their health, and how to use that is the biggest challenge, I think. And today we talk about unemployment and how to provide employment to the rising youth population. Our solution would be that how their mindset be changed from job oriented mindset to uh, this entrepreneurship, job provider mindset. So that can be done. That doesn't require big, you can say, investment or big project. Small activity today can be done, and for this, the need is to make the youth connected with the local problem, and that is the way how India could be made Atmanirbhar. The need is to make student population swavalambi, that they don't, I mean, seek solution to every problem with the government or other forces. Rather, they try to develop themselves. They try to have self confidence, and based on that, if they start small businesses, then ultimately that surely will create lot of employment opportunity, and ultimately big businesses would be created, prosperity would be created. The only way to create prosperity is not through jobs but through starting businesses. That is the real strength of India, and there lies the problem. This is one demographic aspect of rising youth population. Second is wherever we go, whichever country we see, they are developed based on their defense strength. Unless and until our defense and until and unless our boundaries are safe, we cannot think of any growth rate. And unfortunately, India's relation with the neighboring countries, and India has a lot of threat from the different countries, be it China, Pakistan, or other countries. So India has to be strong in defense. And fortunately, this present government has done a lot of effort to under this Make in India program to accelerate the you can say Indianization of the defense production. This needs to be further taken up. Then only we can have a strong country. So this is second important thing which India needs to take care. Third, I would like to say is science and technology. Science and technology is the biggest differentiator between developed and developing countries. America is developed because of science and technology. Japan is developed because of science and technology. South Korea, we have the example of South Korea or German. All these countries are developed because of their scientific innovation, IPR. America earn a lot of money through only royalty and innovation, but India's spending on this R&D is less than 1% of GDP. So how private sector, how government sector, how they addresses the problems, how innovative mindset can be brought into the education system, so that we think of uh, new changes, new product, new innovation, new method of organization, new market, new sources of raw material, all things differently and take the country forward. All problems have to be addressed or can be addressed by using science and technology. And we have example before us. So this is the third point I would like to say. The fourth point I would like to mention is the infrastructure. You know, infrastructure is again the biggest differentiator. In India, like logistic cost is around 14% of the total manufacturing cost, but in the world, whosoever competitive, whosoever the competitive economies are, there this logistic cost is roughly 9% or 10%. So India has a lot of scope for improving the infrastructure, and lot has been done, whether it is banking, insurance, road transportation, the civil aviation, and many other logistic related activity. If they are improved, then automatically our economy would be competitive and the cost of production would be less, and India's chances of having more export and more growth, that would be there. On many front, India has done commendable job, like road structure, road transportation have improved. We all understand this. So this is the another point I would like to mention, and the another important point is India's value system, Indian knowledge system. Indian knowledge system, uh, India has mentioned up to 1,500 AD. Uh, the India's contribution to GDP was one third, and India was known for its certain important contribution, whether it is spiritualism, whether it is yoga, whether it is medicine, whether it is small handicraft, handloom, entrepreneurship. These things India was known throughout the world. So Indian value system, be it family system, be conservation, protection of environment, Vishwa Bandhutva, world harmony, all these factors must be the base. As I mentioned, we just want India to be a developed nation for the sake of that one more country is developed. Rather, a country which is developed and known for certain values and is a guiding source, जिसको हम कहते हैं विश्व गुरु, and is a guiding source for rest of the world. So that type of country we want, and therefore Indian value system, Indian knowledge system uh, must be properly explored, not just blindly to be followed, but we need to do research and see its relevant in the present day context. जैसे आज के दिन हम बहुत सारी बात करते हैं कि हमारे यूथ में ये प्रॉब्लम है, हमारे उसमें समाज के अंदर ये प्रॉब्लम है, तो like Indian system, Taittiriya Upanishad is there which talks about Panchkosh. We need to focus on 5 sheaths. जैसे अन्नमय कोश ठीक खाना चाहिए, प्राणमय कोश we have to take care of our breathing system, and then third one is manomay kosh, we have to be mindful, take care of our mind, it should not be distracted, go for yoga and other things. Vigyanmay kosh, have a logical thinking, and then ultimately Anandamay kosh, live a blissful life which connect with the super soul, and do some social services helpful to the other. This type of philosophy, they still have, or rather say even larger relevance today than earlier. And similarly, lastly, I would like to say that India youth, which is related to the first one, is that since we are associated with Swadeshi, and Swadeshi is a must. Swadeshi is a must because unless and until we are connected with the roots, Swadeshi never means that we will not import anything. We only focus that priority has to be given to our domestic production, our consumption, our production that must be sustainable. Wastage now, हमने हमारे जो लोकल रिसोर्सेज है उनका प्रयोग किया जाए, लोकल टैलेंट है उनका प्रयोग किया जाए, and therefore most of the problems which India today faces can be addressed by giving, you can say, or integrating Swadeshi into our national priorities, philosophy that will take country forward. I think I should not take much time. This is a topic which can be debated for hours. So last point I would like to say, and which many organizations have propagated, that India needs certain societal changes. Viksit Bharat is not simply economic concept; it is a social concept. It is a cultural concept, along with economic changes. And the five things which Panch Parivartan, Professor Garag also has mentioned, five things which India in the society needs to focus upon is like harmony, समरसता जिसको हिंदी में कहते हैं। हमें सब अपने आस पास के लोग, चाहे वो रेडी वाला हो, चाहे घरों में काम करने वाले लोग हो, गरीब हो, उनके साथ एक बराबरी का व्यवहार करना चाहिए। दैट इज ए philosophy of harmony with the society. This is must. The second I would like to say is the environmental. We need to be friendly to the environment. We should not exploit environment. We should not indulge in wastage, any type of wastage. Rather, our relationship with the environment should be friendly, and both should coexist. Then only उसका exploitation नहीं होना चाहिए, use होना चाहिए साधनों का, उतना use जितना हमें जरूरी है। Third, family system. India is known for great family system. फैमिली को प्रमोट करना चाहिए, उसकी प्रॉपर देखभाल होनी चाहिए, समय देना चाहिए। और इंडिया का जो सिस्टम है, वो जो आज फैमिली सिस्टम के ऊपर वेस्टर्न कल्चर के अटैक हो रहा है, उससे बचना चाहिए। दैट इज इंडियाज यूनिकनेस, एंड इवन द डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज आल्सो एक्नॉलेज दिस फैक्ट। सो इसको कैसे करें, दिस इज अ चैलेंज। द फोर्थ पॉइंट आई वुड लाइक टू से इज स्व का बोध, सेल्फ रियलाइजेशन, सेल्फ, वेदर इट इज स्वदेशी, चाहे वो अपने प्रोडक्ट हो स्वदेशी, आवर लैंग्वेज, अपनी भाषा, अपनी रहन सहन, अपना कल्चर, this must be promoted. We should not replicate unnecessarily, follow blindly the Western philosophy, culture, and culture of other things. We had our very, you can say, culture which is very supportive, progressive, and which is, you can say, help in overall growth of the human being. So that taken care of. And last one I would like to say is that कि जो सिटीजनशिप की क्वालिटीज हैं, लॉ को फॉलो करना, कानून को नहीं तोड़ना, ऑनेस्टी से काम करना, डिसिप्लिन से काम करना, जो रूल रेगुलेशन और गवर्नमेंट के उनको फॉलो करना, ये जो एक अच्छे सिटीजन की क्वालिटी हैं, इन सिटीजनशिप की क्वालिटी को हमें अपने लोगों में, बच्चों में इसको बढ़ाना है। ये बढ़ेगी तो अपने आप जो इंडिया के बारे में बहुत सारी कई बार ऐसी भ्रांतियां और ऐसी ऐसी बातें कही जाती हैं कि भाई यहाँ पर कोई रूल को फॉलो नहीं होता और भेड़ चाल है और ये है वो है, उसको दूर करना है। इंडिया इज ए वेरी सिविलाइज्ड कंट्री, और इसमें अनलेस एंड until these civil values must be promoted and followed, so Viksit Bharat concept will not materialize. So these are the few things I just thought of sharing with you, and thanks for giving me this opportunity to interact. I might have taken more time than allocated to me. So I thank Professor Ajay Garg ji, his team, and congratulate them for having this wonderful seminar on a very important topic. I am very sure that few ideas will emerge out of the discussion and would be implemented at the local level as well, so as to make country Atmanirbhar, Viksit Bharat, and make Yuva Swavlambi. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your deep knowledge with us. It was a pleasure listening to you. Thank you once again for your valuable insights. We are so grateful that you shared your expertise with us. We are really enlightened with your knowledge and presence. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Next, we have with us a very progressive person, Dr. Surinder Bansal, as keynote speaker. It's a privilege for me to introduce him. Professor Kumar is a senior professor, Department of Economics, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. He is also staff advisor to the Delhi University Student Union. He had been the head Department of Economics, Delhi School of Economics, and the dean Faculty of Social Sciences, University of Delhi. His previous stint involves the position of Professor of Economics at the Department of Business Economics, University of Delhi, South Campus, Professor of Economics at the Department of Policy Studies, Terry University, New Delhi, and Fellow at National Institute of Public Finance and Policy, New Delhi. He had been a visiting fellow at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, USA, and senior JSPS fellow at Yokohama National University, Japan. He also served as the director acting Agricultural Economics Research Center, University of Delhi. He has been working with a concentrated focus on environmental and resource economics and climate change and energy economics. He also extends his ambit of research to productivity and efficiency measurement and applied econometrics. Professor Kumar has authored 5 books, published more than 80 papers in cherished journals like Agricultural Economics, European Journal of Law and Economics, Ecological Economics, Economic Modeling, Environmental and Resource Economics, Resource and Energy Economics. Professor Kumar was a Government of India nominee at the 19th Council 2015 to 2019 of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. He was one of the lead authors for Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change Assessment Report 5, Working Group 2. He teaches courses on economic development and policy in India and applied production analysis at the Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. His leadership qualities give inspiration to the youth, and he is looked upon as a respectable teacher and accomplished academician. Sir, I extend hearty welcome to you and request you to deliver the keynote address. Please, sir. Sir, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah,
Thank you, sir.
so respected Professor Mittal, members of the governing body, Police Principal Professor Ajay Garg, participants in the conference, researchers, students. Let me thank you all at the outset for giving me this opportunity, and I'm very happy to be there. And let me congratulate the organizers for having this conference on this important topic, which is, we can say, the need of the hour. And in this conference, basically, we are trying to address this, we can say, this age-old question, how to make a poor country rich. That's the question we are addressing. But in this question, as Professor Mittal pointed out, that we should be cautious that it should not be just another rich country. This richness has its own pitfalls that also we should to recognize. And we want India to be a rich country by 2047, as visualized by our Prime Minister. Okay, so in this 100-year journey, how we have progressed so far, and what could be the way forward in which whatever Professor Mittal has pointed out, it should not be another rich country. It should be a country which is all inclusive, which take care not only of the human beings, but of the natural environment. There should not be much differentiations between the individuals. That kind of nation we are visualizing. So that's why this Viksit Bharat, that doesn't mean that this is another developed country. Because the standard definition of the developed country, there what we generally try to look into. They say that this per capita income, infrastructure, and governance, we just remain confined to that. And generally, we are not looking into the aspects as Professor Mittal had pointed out, but in the Indian context, we need to take care about that also. So, given that background, we can say that in this, say, more than 75 years, we have progressed. At the at the outset of our independence in 1947, India was a very poor country. We have inadequacy, insufficiency, even of the food. We were not able to fulfill our basic needs. That kind of situation we were in 1947. And throughout this journey of, you can say, more than 75 years, we have progressed. It's not that we are stagnant, we have progressed. We can say that we have transformed from an economy of inadequacies to an economy of sufficiency. But we have to take this economy to an economy of prosperity. So, how to take this economy to an economy of prosperity? That's the path we have to cover. And here, this experience of the 75 years, that's also giving us this some lessons. For example, we can say that in this last 30-35 years, we could reduce the poverty significantly. And why we could? Because at the same times, we had the higher growth rates in that. Okay, but during that period in the economy, inequalities has increased. Unemployment problem is still in alarming kind of situations. So that's why here the question is how to achieve this all-inclusive growth in that. And here we should also recognize the fact that in the Indian condition, if we go by these official estimates, it seems that unemployment is not a big problem. Our unemployment situation is like the developed countries, 4-5%, something like that. But there is the situation that though the people are employed because they can't afford unemployment in that sense, but their earnings are very low. So in that situations, how to grow? And as Professor Mittal was pointing out, that the one way is to grow is the growth rate or bringing prosperity among these micro enterprises. Because these micro enterprises, they cover the large chunk of the firms in the economy. You can say almost most of these firms are very small. So that's why this growth of micro enterprises, if we focus on that, that could be a way forward in that because around 98% firms, they are the micro, they are the small. Okay, so given that background, what we can say this Viksit Bharat that we are looking forward is not in another country, in another rich country, but this country should be inclusive, with the country which should have a value-based system, and the country that take care about this environmental conditions. That this environment is not exploited, it should be considered a factors like the human beings. If we have that kind of structure, how we can achieve it? And for that, let's have briefly about, we can say in this last 35 years, though we have grown, either we try to look over this per capita income, that also accept a few years like this COVID period, we are continuously growing. Per capita income is increasing, growth rates are increasing. And in this, you can say this last quarter century, the growth rate of the economy is more than 6.5%. So what it shows that in the Indian economy, there is the potentials to maintain that. And there also we can say during this last quarter century, Indian economy has also witnessed a structural change. For example, say this agriculture sector, which at the beginning of this century, what we were saying that there you can say around 350, this you can say around 60% of the population which was engaged in the agriculture sector, that has come down, say around 40%. But the share in this national income, that also has come down, but not in that proportion. Okay, so what it shows that this growth rate in the agriculture sector was not as much as in the other sectors. So this large population which is engaged in the agriculture sector or the rural areas, they were not able to progress as much as this non-agricultural, especially in this, you can say, these large cities and towns. Okay, so as a result, what we can say, though in the Indian economy, the structural changes are happening, but in the Indian economy, the structural changes, they are not as we are expecting or the world has witnessed. They are happening in a different, unique way, but how to correct, that's the question. Okay, so here, before going into further how to do it, here let's have just a cursory look about what we mean by Viksit Bharat, just in numerical figures. As we can say that this World Bank definitions of per capita income, and if we assume that this world will also grow, it is not going to be stagnant. So in that case, if we assume that this world will grow in real terms around 2% per year, so then by 2047, just to have this minimum level of the developed country, this Viksit Bharat, in terms of per capita income, we need to grow more than 9% continuously for, you can say, this next quarter century. And that kind of experience we had, we are not having in the past. And even that's kind of continuous growth for so long time, that kind of experience throughout the human history is very rare also. So given that kind of challenge, we need to think how we can achieve it. Similarly, about this employment question, we also know that Indian population is growing and will continue to grow even by 2047. It's not going to be stagnant by that. So that's why the growth rate of the labor force is going to be higher than, you can see, the growth rate of the population. One, and second, the growth rate of the employment is slow. So that's why we need to increase at a large extent. With a very heavy rate, we have to grow the employment growth rate of the economy. So these are the challenges that we are facing at this moment. Okay, so given those kind of challenges, so let's come back to our basic question, that is how to make a poor country rich. That's the fundamental question that we are addressing. And this is the age-old question also. It's not a new question in any of the country. Okay, so here, that's the fundamental question in development economics. And here, what kind of strategy that generally we are talking? One, generally what we say that our development policies, they should be targeted. They should target a specific group. Let's help them. And in that way, we should to grow. Okay, means this band-aid kind of solutions, we try to look into that. But here, these band-aid kind of solutions, how they can be helpful for the economy to achieve an all-inclusive growth where a large section of the population is, we can say, employed for the sake of subsistence. Otherwise, they are largely unemployed. In that kind of economy, how these band-aid kind of solutions can work. For example, say, sometimes what we say that, let's take the example from our educational world. Let's provide the books to these underfunded schools and colleges. So as a result, this learning of the students should increase. But if their learning in the schools is already poor, then how can providing textbooks to underfunding colleges, they will be helpful. That kind of questions are always remains in this, say, this targeted small interventions. The small targeted interventions, they may good to understand what works and what doesn't work, but they cannot be the major policy interventions for the structural transformation of an economy. That's the question. Okay. Similarly, the another development strategy, if we look over, you say this Southeast Asian tigers, so-called tigers in that. Okay. So what was their strategy? Their strategy was that is of integrating your economy with the world economy. And by integrating your economy with the world economy, what you need to do, that India also has adopted that kind of strategy in 1991. And as a result, what we are seeing that we try to integrate the Indian economy with the world economy. There we liberalized the economy. We drastically reduced our import restrictions in the hope that the exports will also grow in that way. We did this liberalization with the hope that this manufacturing base of the economy will increase. And here, what we need to understand that when we are talking about this kind of development states, civilization policy, this kind of strategy is based on certain assumptions. Assumptions that there is competition in the factor market, in the product market, and every country is following those norms of the market. Those are the fundamental assumptions in that. But here, when we are operating in this international market, can those norms be followed by every country or not? And here you may find the example of the China. China is not following those norms. So as a result, what we are observing is that this Indian economy, here this industrial base, this manufacturing base, we could not develop as much as we need to do it. And as a result, what we are observing that still either in terms of the employment or in terms of the value added share, there is more or less stagnant in the manufacturing sector in the last quarter century in the Indian economy. Okay, so what it shows that due to these liberalizations, at aggregate level we grow, the economy is growing, but simultaneously in the Indian economy, the problem of unemployment is increasing. The problem of rural poverty has increased. The overall poverty has declined, but those kind of problems we are observing in the Indian economy. So that's why the question is, what could be the way out? What could be the middle path in that way? And here, as in the beginning, we are saying that in India, about 97 or 98% firms are very small firms. They are working at the subsistence level. And the growth, if we want in all-inclusive growth, that means we need to focus on that area. Okay, and to focus on that, just take, you can say, this mathematical identity in that way, as in our standard textbooks. What we talk about that, this GDP, how we define it. There are different approaches in that. This consumption expenditure approach, the production approach. In the production approach, what we say that this GDP is just the sum of value added across the sectors, okay, across the production sectors. So that's why what we need to do to increase that value added in different sectors. So there we need to increase or grow this number of the firms, and each firm, or you can say the average firm, should also grow in that. Grow the number of the firms. There should be growth in this average firm in that, and there should be reallocation of resources from low productive firms to high productive firms. So this mathematical identity, we can tell us that if we have to grow, we have to achieve the status of developed country, which is all inclusive. So that's why we need to focus on the growth of the farms. This farm sector, this production sector, we need to focus on that. Okay, so here in this Indian situation, what is the situation about these firms in that? Here, as I was saying that this 97, more than 97% firms are very small. This MSME sector, that's very small. And also what we observe that it's not just small, it's also stagnant. In your neighborhood, you may observe that. In Panipat itself, you may observe that some of the firms which started long back and how much they have grown. If suppose in this 10 years back, they were employing 2 or 3 or less than 10 peoples, 10 persons in that. So how many persons they are employing today? There may be increase, but that increase is marginal. But if we compare this situation of the small firms with this developed country, for example, the US or the other countries, there you may observe that there are also small firms. If they started 10 years back, this employment in those firms within these 10 years, either it has grown say twice or thrice of that, or those firms have died. Means what we can say in Indian conditions, the small firms, they are stagnant, they are not growing. And as a result, these resources, they remain confined to, you can say, this less productive sectors rather than high productive sectors. That kind of situation is there. And here, so then the question is the small firms. Two questions. Are they not able to grow because of lack of resources? Or they are not able to grow because of this entrepreneurial quality in that, entrepreneurial skills in that? These are the questions. And if we say they are not able to grow because of, you say, this lack of resources, then what we can say that let them provide the resources. And here, what you may observe that in this last decade, the government came out with many schemes like Mudra schemes. In the Mudra schemes, what we are doing? We are providing finance to these small and medium firms. And as a result, are these firms are able to grow? That is the question that must be looked into that. This is the one question. Second question is that in Indian condition, what we observe that most of these micro enterprises or the small enterprises, in these small and micro enterprises, or you can say the tiny enterprises, they are mostly this household based enterprises in that. And you can say that around 50% of that is self-employed kind of enterprises who are not employing the person outside their family. Those kind of enterprises are there. Okay. And there you might also observe that these enterprises, if they get the opportunity of wage employment in the formal sector, then they are ready to give up this enterprise. So in that sense, the question is, are this household, this self-employed, which is a large proportion of these micro and small enterprises or the 10 enterprises, are they really entrepreneurs, or they are the laborers who are looking for this wage employment and they are working as self-employed just for the sake because they are not able to get the employment in the formal sector? These are the questions where, means these are the research questions also. So these participants, these researchers, they need to look into that. Because most of the time we say that in most of the fora, we say that we have entrepreneurial people. But the question is, if they are entrepreneurs, and if this lack of resources, some resources are provided to them, even then as they get the opportunity to transit to the formal wage employment, they are ready to leave it. And they are ready to leave it at the existing wages. They are not looking for the higher wages in that. These are the questions where all you researchers can look into that. But the question is here that these enterprises, sometimes we argue that they want to remain small because if they want to become formal, there are so much government restrictions. What is the benefit for them to get, or they are not going to be formal because of this all government, this bureaucratic controls in that. But how much is the merit in that argument? We say that this entry cost is too high and then remaining formal is also costly. Yes, it's true. These are the cost. But if you talk in your neighborhood to these small shopkeepers and you ask them to be formal, what will be their reply that? Their reply only will be if they become formal, if they become ready to bear all this cost, what the benefits they will get. हमें फायदा क्या होगा? Get all this license in that. What it shows that for these small firms, these tiny firms, the self-employed peoples, the market size is generally small. All they are selling their products, whatever they are, either if they are in the trading or manufacturing, most of the time what you will find that they are selling their product only in their neighborhood markets. And the customer is also not aware about the markets outside that. So their market is confined only to their neighborhood. They have these small markets, and so as a result, they have not incentives to increase, or they have not incentive to grow in that kind of scenario. So that's why here what we need to do, we need to do some efforts, we need to focus on how to increase this market size. And here now this, you can see these digital technologies or these new technologies, how they are helping us to understand it. Let's take an example, and that's the case study from the Kerala. And even you find those kind of example in your neighborhood also. That's not, it's that just one case in that. And that's the case about this boat of the fishermen. And generally these fishermen, they used to purchase these boats from their own villages. Okay, but as this, due to, you can say, this penetration of the mobile phones, they have access to these nearby markets. And when they are able to get this information about the prices in the neighborhood markets, they started to sell their products not only within their villages or nearby places, but also slightly far-flung villages in that. And when they are interacting these slightly far-flung places, what they observe that these boats that they are creating, what they are purchasing, they can purchase from the other places also, rather than just get from their own villages. And they can get better quality, they can get at lower price. And so as a result, what did happen? As a result, these resources, they get transit from these low productive firms to high productive firms. And as a result, around 60% of the firms, those who are making these boats, the small firms, they lost their business, and all this business get confined to that. But these fishermen, they get the large markets to sell their products. The resources, they were transit from this low productive to higher productive firms. But here is the question someone will raise about the employment. And in this process, these better quality boat making firms, they were not just able to absorb these other low quality firms, but were also able to give employment to the more people in that. So in that way, this better allocation of resources was, which happened due to this, we can say, the reduction in this information frictions reduction in this market size, these frictions arising from the market size. As a result, there was the better allocation of the resources, more people will able to get the employment, and all these people, they were able to get higher wages, higher incomes in that. Okay, so that's why here what we can say is, let's focus more on the development of the small firms. For this development of the small and medium firms, what we need to do, we need to increase the market size to let them get this, increase the market size, and for that this information frictions should be reduced. And this example or this recent means this available technologies, they can help us in that. Similarly, in the agriculture sector, these e-markets, e-now, they can work because they can provide the farmers information where the price or what. This better information will be there, and these farmers can utilize in that. Similarly, you can say this e-commerce, that's providing information, means you need not to remain confined to sell your product only in your neighbor. You can sell your products throughout the country in that. So that's increasing these new technologies, they are increasing the market size. So that's why here governments needs to focus, as a policy makers needs to focus on how to increase the market size and reduce these different kind of distortions, frictions which are existing, either the information or the others, those should be reduced in that. And here we also know that we are not able to sell in these big markets. The small town people, they are not able to sell in the big markets, and their one problem is what, main problem that they are facing of the infrastructure also. And what is the benefits of the infrastructure, that we can understand from our own experience on that. You know about that, this golden collateral program which was started by Vajpayee government. And as a result, what we are observing that, as a result, this transportation network has increased in the country, market competition has increased in those areas, and as a result, this information transportational cost has drastically come down. Means one, market size has increased, and second, transportation cost also come down. So as a result, these firms, those who were in those corridors, they becomes more competitive in that. And here the issue is that at present government is spending a lot of money on infrastructure, but most of this infrastructure development is confined to, you can say, these large cities or big cities in that. So here government also needs to focus on infrastructure development on these rural areas, small towns, so that this market size we can increase. That will be a big push for these small and medium, these small and these tiny firms, and as a result they will get bigger markets in it. Okay, so but just it's not enough to that we develop this village industry or the rural industries in that, because over time what's happening is that there is, you can see, the formalization of rural markets but informalization of the urban markets, because in the urban area all small firms are coming up due to this, you can say, this cost factor, but due to these frictions in the land market. But in the rural areas, these more farms are happening, formal farms are happening, because there this land they get at the lower cost, but land markets are still, what we say, find that they are too much distorted, and the distortion of this land markets is creating another distortions in the capital market. So that's why here this land market distortions we need to address, and at present government is doing some efforts. For example, they are creating these land records, all these land records, digitalization of this land records, they will help us in, you can say, lowering down these distortions in this land market, and then as a result in the capital market also. So here this development of the infrastructure, this reducing the distortions, information distortions in this land market, capital markets, they may help in the development of all these small and medium firms, and that development will not just be in terms of, we can say, this number of the farms. Even it will helps to grow these farms. There will be the better allocation of the resources. That will also help in that. And similarly, what we also observe that in Indian conditions, even you will find that this medium size of farms, most of them, they are using these technologies, which has a very lag kind of period in comparison to existing technology in the competing world. Okay, so and even what we can say, though we claim sometimes that we have management practices, we know that they are there, but still there is, due to lack of proper managerial training, those practices are not adopted, and as a result there is whose wastage of the resources. That kind of situation we also observe in that. Okay, so here, that's why what we need to do that, of course, every time the small size cannot work. Having this small size, we cannot harness this economies of scale. Okay, so that's why to harness this economies of scale, we need to grow the size of the firms. And when we are talking about this growing the size of the firms, we also need technologies. So for the technologies, of course, our expenditure on R&D is low. All of a sudden, we cannot increase on much on that. Though over time we are increasing, it should also increase at a higher level. Higher growth rates should be there. And there what we can say that we need to import the technology. But when we are importing the technology, there should be not just the transfer of the technology, there should be transfer of the knowledge also. Because when we are transferring the knowledge along with the technology, then that development not remains its small period or one time kind of better technology, but that will help, means that will be sustained, you can say, continuously shifting of the frontier of the technology. Okay, and for those technologies, because we know they are the complex, so that's why to use those complex technologies, means for this leapfrogging, what we need to focus on human resources also, those who can use those technologies. Means we need quality educations. If these technologies are there, but if we have not quality education, quality peoples in that, then we will not be able to use that technologies. So that's why here what we need to do, for these small farms, let them grow to be medium size or to become large. And for that, we need technological transfers. This technology transfers should be accompanied by knowledge transfers. And to properly utilize this knowledge, we need to focus on quality education also. This is the one side. Similarly, about the management practices. Here, there are the firms, they have the resources, and if they better use the management practices, the modern management practices, they can substantially lower down their cost by reducing their waste. This wastage of the resources can be reduced by better management of these better management practices in that. That's also required in that questions. And here, one more thing, if we take the example of Panpat itself, there you might say that in this 1980s or so, there were firms, those who are making this handloom products or the rugs. And when all of a sudden in this late 80s or this early 90s, when this economy was opened, these firms, these rag makers, they get the opportunity to export their products. And as a result, what do you observe that these firms, they grow, they were producing quality products. They bring modern management practices in that. They were able to provide employment to many people. Okay, so here what it shows that this example of Panipat itself is showing that when we link these firms with this international market, as a result, they were able to grow. They were able to provide employment to many peoples. And here, we also recognize that when we are integrating these firms with this international market, their product quality also improves substantially, because it's not always possible to reduce the cost of production to a large extent, but we can improve the quality of the product infinitely. That kind of situation is there. And that Panipat example itself shows is that when we have internet connection with the international markets, we have access to bigger markets, we improve our product, the quality of the products is improved, and as a result, we can get quality premium on our product, and economy will grow more employment will be provided, and that prosperity will be more inclusive in that. So those are the points where we can focus on. And lastly, what I want to say that because this prosperity of the economy, which is all inclusive, is also linked to the growth of these small, medium, micro enterprises. We have to focus on that. And here at present, given our state capacity, our regulations, they are also hinder the growth in that. So that's why this regulatory constraints, the supply side constraints, there also we need to work. We need to simplify our regulatory system. We need to reduce the supply side constraints also, so that these micro enterprises can grow in that. And these micro enterprises, generally what we find that if they work on the frontiers of the technology, they are using, means what we can see, this less polluting sources, they are using more human resources, more knowledge of that. So in that way, if our focus is on this 97-98% of the farms, and we have focused on increasing agricultural productivity, that will be more rewarding for us, and that can be a way forward to have a developed economy, this Viksit Bharat, when we will be celebrating hundreds years of our independence. So thank you, and I stop here. Thank you so much giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Sir, thank you so much. It was great listening to you. We really enjoyed your presentation and learned a lot. Thanks a lot, sir, for sparing valuable time from your busy schedule and sharing your deep knowledge with us. It's the time to listen to another knowledgeable person, Dr. Ranjan Aneja. Professor Aneja is a distinguished economist currently serving as professor in the Department of Economics and Dean of the School of Business Management Studies at the Central University of Haryana. With over 18 years of teaching and research experience, he specializes in areas such as economic modeling, analysis, and energy economics. He earned his PhD from Guru Jambeshwar University of Science and Technology and Masters from Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. He has made significant contribution to the field of economics, publishing numerous research papers in reputed journals indexed in Scopus, Web of Science, ABDC, and Social Sciences Citation Index. His work often explores the intersections of economic growth, inequality, and sustainable development, particularly within the Indian context. He has authored several books and serves on the editorial boards of several international journals. Beyond academia, he has been involved in applied research projects including studies on the socio-economic impacts of government policies such as Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana and Parivartan scheme in Haryana. He has presented his research at over 60 national and international conferences and is widely recognized for his expertise in economic strategies for regional and national development. On behalf of IB College Panipat, I extend a warm welcome to you, sir, and I humbly request you to start the session. Please, sir.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Please
Okay,
start.
okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Uh, after listening Professor Surendra Kumar, our mentor and philosopher, our senior, I think he has covered majority of the things, particularly small, medium enterprises, market size, agri-market, and technology. So I will touching only the technology part today. But prior to that, let me thanks to the IB College for inviting me in this particular conference. Respectable Dharamveer Ji Batra, President of your governing body, Dr. Ajay Kumar Garg, Principal of the college, Dr. Himanshi, who happens to be in touch with me, convener or organizing secretary of this particular conference, Professor R.K. Mittal, who again our senior mentor and friend and philosopher, and of course Professor Surendra, who is actually we follow his path, and after his speech, after his deliberation, it becomes very hard for a person like me to speak much on it, since he has covered entire umbrella majority of the part. But somehow Viksit Bharat, this concept is, we all are, let me share my window first of all, and then, okay, just a moment. Okay. So as I said that I'm covering this technology part only. I'm sure my screen is visible to everyone.
Yes, sir, it's
Somebody,
visible.
is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So we all understand that our Honorable Prime Minister of India has this, talk about this Viksit Bharat 2047. But, prior to talk about the how technology and growth and development take place, we all student of economics should understand actually this word development, developed countries, it is very debatable words. Uh, according to the World Bank, we talk about we classify the economies depending upon the, their per capita income. So we have a classification like low income low per capita income countries, lower middle, upper middle, and high income countries. So this Viksit Bharat, particularly, the target is not only to increase the per capita income of this country, but rather it requires several other scenario. Being in country like India, where we have diversified economic condition at national and subnational level, then this become a bit challenge for the economy. And in present scenario, technology is important to have augmented growth in the country like India. So this is what I'm mentioning, that the concept of developed economy is it is not only increasing the per capita income, as Professor Surendra were mentioning that since last 2 decades how the unemployment has increased in several sectors, and but on the other side there are by the technology several avenues has been opened. When we say the developed economies or Viksit Bharat, we should also take care of high urbanization, manufacturing sector, human indicators, uh, high human development indicators, and of course regional development, which is key, which actually we should have to see the difference between India and Bharat. Several states are not doing as good as few states are doing. So question on India and Bharat is again very important. Then of course, as Professor Surendra has said, that infrastructure is also a key. Apart from the key, we need to focus on responsive and efficient civic services, governance, as Sir was saying that about managerial practices. That has to also be going to be very important if we are seriously looking for Viksit Bharat by 2047. First of all, the good news is that it is possible. It is not an impossible task. We can achieve, but we need strategies and policies according to that. And Niti Yogi is already working on in such direction. Government is also taking several initiatives in this regard. Coming to the technology, where I'm focusing today, the entire discussion would be, what India has achieved in technology, particularly in last 2 decades, and what are the challenges. That my focus would be remain only on these areas. So, technology and growth is always, we have several example of USA, Japan, Germany, where the technology has played a key role. So when I say the technology and how it has to be connected with the growth, means technology provide this practical application of scientific knowledge, where we can solve the problems. You can just imagine that when we have demonetization in 2016, how we were using the banking prior to that and how we are using banking today. So there is a tremendous transformation. Making life at ease. This is the target of technology, and it is not only the transfer of technology, but as Sir has mentioned, that it is transfer of knowledge also, and that is why you can see the number of UPI, number of other e-platforms are continuously rising. Not only that, it also talk about the industrial innovation, industrial output innovation, and fostering social this development, particularly education and health. In case of education, we already had a new national education policy 2020, and country is moving in that direction. I'm not putting much emphasis on it because I'm going to focus on technology only. And we see tremendous and huge transformation of technology in healthcare sector, particularly after COVID-19. So changes are there, and of course skills of people, that as Sir has said, that it is possible only when we have knowledge transformation. And then major important where we need the technology, if we are really focusing on Viksit Bharat, that we have to adopt the sustainable practices, green energy, green finance, green innovation, so that we can take care of future also. On the pitch of this Viksit Bharat, we should take care that, and we should understand that sustainability is no longer an option to us. We have to accept that this is, if we are not taking care of future generation, and if we achieve the Viksit Bharat by 2047, and it is not surviving future, and or it is in the cost of the future generation, then it has no meaning. So the future generation would not forgive us for such kind of blunder. So sustainability is again a challenge, and technology has to work. The focus is on green energy, green finance, green innovation. They are very important segment now. So if we talk about the theory, economic theory has already shown the importance of technology for the growth. Going back to solo model, they have they have input the solo model focus on that importance of technology. Only then we can have a sustained long-term growth. Likewise, Romer and Lucas Turi, they also focus on technological advancement, human capital as a key of technological advancement, and self-sustain of future. So it is not a new thing that technology is very important. Rather, the economic theory has already emphasized a lot on it, that we have to focus on technology, and this entire world is full with such example where the technology has moved out as a miracle. Best example is Japan. We know the Japan crisis, but how the Japan has come up with the help of technology that is in front of us. So technology becomes very important. But if we see some statistics, I'm taking only one indicator here, that is R&D indicator, research and development as expenditure of GDP. So if we see this uh, GDP expenditure on research and development, so we can see the difference. So likewise, GDP share on education, likewise GDP share on health. I think this is the key factor and key element where the government has to focus on the share of expenditure of share as a as a share of GDP. That is only 0.77, or you may call it 0.8 percent. It is data of World Bank report, and as compared to other countries, it is very less. So until or unless we are putting money into R&D, we cannot have new innovation, new technology, and otherwise. And you just see that it is 0.8% of our GDP. And when we compare it to USA, then absolute amount is much, much, much high. So these things Jana has going to be play a very important role. The expenditure on R&D, that is going to become very important in coming. And likewise, if we see the Global Innovation Index, I have a report of 2023. India's rank was 40 in it, while top five global innovators were Switzerland, Sweden, USA, UK, and Netherlands. It does not mean that India is not doing anything which is having a particular magnitude. India is doing particularly in ICT services export, domestic market, knowledge incentives, employment, software, IT. The things are happening, but these things needs to get more augmentation, more promotion, and more certain sort of increment. But on the other side, the picture is very clear that our ranking is in innovation index is very less, although it's a relative phenomena. But even then, this ranking is low, and the fundamental reason is that we are not having transfer of knowledge in that way. The skills is challenge. Uh, R&D expenditure is a challenge, and more importantly, entire country is focusing on university industry this collaboration or interlinkage. But in my opinion, uh, there must be a reverse of it. There should be industry university linkage, uh, which happens to be the key. Until the universities are not going to produce or not going to serve the industries, this is I think our ranking remain low. It is very every year we are having so many patents, but technology transfer and ultimately converting into the product, the rate is very, very less. So that is why the innovation index, the country is lagging behind. Likewise, if we see the global experiences, particularly I've taken two, three example. If they have been so-called Viksit, or you may call that as developed country, the fundamental, if you see, their focus on continued growth in IT, pharmaceutical, AI, and biotech investment, particularly in USA. And in case of Germany, they have already huge growth due to this industrial 4.0. They have already adopted green technology, And even Japan is focusing more on AI and robotic, sustainable automotive technology. And I think India has to, at a very beginning of all such kind of technological upliftment. So this is happening. Likewise, we can take example of UK, China, South Korea. In UK, digital technology is continuously rising, and government is providing, a lot of support to R&D initiative. In China also, China is doing wonderful in terms of renewable energy, using their AI, telecommunication, such things. Even likewise, South Korea also, uh, and other OECD countries, things are happening like this. They're continuously, uplifting their technology so that their growth share, their skills and knowledge can be generated further. So this is happening around. If we talk about India particularly, in India, if we see how the IT, information technology and services has played the role, the IT and IT enabled services mean IT and ITES. This has approximately 8% GDP in last year, and we have a rough target of 20% by 2026. Although it doesn't, it's not possible, seems possible, but in my opinion, by 2030 we would be reaching around 20-22%. That is going to be happen. From India also, we have almost IT export of 250 billions last year. Continuously, software industries, consultancy, BPO things, KPO things, they are continuously rising. So path is upward, of course, and of course they are creating employment also. Uh, Last year we have almost 5 million professionals from IT side, and they are with the projection that they are increasing annually 10%, in years to come. And of course, likewise, the skill development. This NSDC has already trained 1 million IT professional, and which is further going to increase. So India is also doing some sort of IT efforts, so that knowledge can be transferred, technology can be transferred, to increase the growth of the country. The startup and innovation system, particularly in India, we very proudly says that in 2023 India has 100 unicorn. Unicorn means any startup which has a value more than 1 billion, and it is a remarkable achievement India has. India has created an ecosystem to boost up the startup, and majority of the startups are in technology field. But again, there is a challenge. Challenge lies in that sustainability of such unicorn and such startup. That again become a challenge. If we see the funding opportunities, $45 billion investment is made by venture capitalists, particularly in fintech, healthcare sector, education sector, and it is further attracting a lot of interest of the people. If we see the innovation, major innovation hubs including Bangalore, Delhi, NCR, almost 80% coming into 4 or 5 cities, which has to be spill over on other cities, so that growth which is driven out of technology can reach to the masses. Uh, uh, the progress is also taking place in T Hub, Startup India Hub, and NASCOM. 10,000 startup initiative already working under the NASCOM. They are mentoring, they are funding. So the phenomena is there, technology is there, but it has to be spill over to the other part of the countries. That is more important. Likewise, India is focusing on digital infrastructure, digital currency side, digital technology side. If we see the internet penetration, we have already 1.2 billion internet user, which is second largest online population globally. Its growth rate is continuously rising. On an average, 10% internet user are regularly rising in country. Digital payment, as I mentioned, after this demonetization, digital UPI and other Bharat Pay, other platform, Paytm, PhonePe. These things has emerged like anything, and it has a tremendous growth. Most of the time, on a lighter side, I say, when we were, in our early phase of the career, when we have to apply for a job, we have to run towards a bank to have a demand draft where we put our lot of energy, and of course our struggle is also there. But nowadays, in a few click, we are making such payments. So it is a really wonderful, it's a transformation happen after this demonetization in country. If we have to find one important benefit of demonetization, I think we can this UPI and other e transaction platform that has emerged anything. So this UPI has 5 billion transaction monthly, and it is everywhere. Nowadays, a particular rickshaw puller, even they have barcode, means they can accepting the money. So somehow this is helping us to convert the informal economy towards formal economy. So again, this in front of the digital side, India is technology side, India is doing good thing. uh, Moving to the fintech and financial inclusion, market has expansion. Market size, as sir was saying, that size of market in few, particularly SME and nearby market, rural, urban, he was mentioning. So market size of this fintech and financial side, that is also increasing. Fintech sector, valued was $150 billion in 2023, and which has a projection to reach 500 billion by 2027, in which we have blockchain, neo banking, digital lending, and many other things. Nowadays, we get a simply message on our phone that you have a facility of pre-approved loan. So within 2-3 clicks, we get the loan. It means, and your entire knowing the client, your entire verification, that is happening online. So it is again a wonderful thing. Uh, in financial inclusion, this Jandan Yojana has already emerged. 430 million bank account are there where the people are getting benefited. Mobile banking, I think nowadays everybody who has a mobile phone, they are using the banking through the phone, since we are uh, you know uh, transferring this money from one person to another person through the UPI. So the technology is playing role here also. You have one app and you are transferring the money from one person to another person. This is happening like anything. Sir was also talking about this e-commerce and digital marketplace. In India, the size of e-commerce and digital market, it is continuously rising. Number of platforms are available. Size of this market is increasing continuously. Consumer base is increasing. If we see the revenue, it was 600 billion in last 2-3 years, which is expected to reach 1 trillion in 2025. And it is, you just see, it will increasing the penetration, it is increasing the supply chain, it is increasing the rising the disposable income, improving the logistic infrastructure. You order today something and you are getting tomorrow. So this is happening. If we say the consumer behavior, 80 to 85% transactions are taking place through the mobile devices, and that is happening because of the technology only, which categorize from your medicines, your clothes, grocery, and other digital goods. We are buying everything nowadays through these mobile apps and digital platforms. Uh, Another phenomena where technology is emerging like anything in country, which is going to write the growth story of future in this country, that is adoption of AI. AI market is estimated $22 billion in 2025, and every year we are producing that 2 lakh AI professional, which of course the future is this only, and AI robotics are going to have that is taking place. Of course, which sir was mentioning, that skills and this knowledge transfer to the people. That is more important until unless people, those who are displaced due to this AI adoption, their survival will be high, and that is why unemployment will rise in the days to come. And here, concrete efforts from the government and policy makers are required, so that our demographic dividend that can be utilized in a proper way by augmenting their skills, by giving them hands-on training, so that they can face the change, and otherwise they would be out of market. In the market demands only we generate sources for market. So there is a challenge of displacement of workforce. Since we are getting AI in or robotics in every field, even in agriculture now. So some concrete efforts are here there. I think Niti Aayog is already working in that direction, and that would be there would be time when people will be skilled, and we would move towards this Viksit Bharat. Blockchain is again, blockchain is helping in supply chain, finance, governance. In India, we already had 500 blockchain startups, particularly in this logistic management, supply chain. Industries are using this blockchain technology, which is, of course, saving their lot of sources, reducing their cost, and making them more profitable. IoT also, that we are moving now to the smart manufacturing. Majority of the this industry nowadays, manufacturing units, they are depending upon IoT. So again, everything, this technology help, they are going to reduce their cost and their profitability, and then of course they are going to contribute into the growth of the country. Likewise, in agriculture and other sector of the economy, that is going to be happen. So knowledge transfer, if we see, as I was mentioning, in 2022, India has filed 1,000 patent, and followed by China, China, USA, and Japan. Uh, you know, of course, India is continuously filing a lot of patents, but the question is that how this patent has converted into, their has transferred into their technology has been transferred. They have been converted into a product. So this is again a question where I was speaking earlier, that here university industry interlinkage is somewhere distort, where I think government has to rush it again. The success rate of the patent is only 11% in the country. This is the Niti Aayog data. So filing so many this patent does not going to solve the purpose. If we are really focusing on the technology has to contribute in Viksit Bharat, then these patent need to convert into this final product by transferring of technology and other phenomena. So this is going to happen. Likewise, in space technology, India ranks top among the top 5 in this space technology. We all know about the Chandrayaan 3 and Gaganyaan mission, that again creating a satellite system and other space benefit of the economy, and India is of course working in that direction. India is also focusing on space startup. We have like Skyroot Aerospace and Agnikul Cosmos. They have been already, although they are private, but technology is working there, and in years to come, this technology in this sphere will increase more and more, and generate resources for economy. Renewable and green technology, just I was mentioning that sustainability is no longer an option for us. We have to focus on sustainability, green bonds, green energy, green finance, that is very important now. If I say that India was fourth largest in the world producing the renewable energy. It was at 174 GW, and after first China, USA, and Brazil. Likewise, solar. India stand at solar fifth position in solar power. India has already initiated this national solar mission, and of course, like a clean energy. So the things are already is there, but uh, I think this is the area where lot work has to be done. Uh, we see this our climatic condition nowadays. It's very hard to breathe nowadays, but so somehow we have to convert this technology climate phenomena into sustainable side so that this technology can contribute into the green environment and green energy side. Acha, government has already taken several initiatives in that way. Government, as I said, that digital India phenomena, now we are digitally empowered society. We have seen that the penetration of mobile phone and other things that is continuously rising, internet availability, accessibility, that is also continuously rising, and manufacturing side also after this Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, that particularly after COVID, manufacturing sector using indigenous technology and boosting the sector like electronics, semiconductor. Recently, Prime Minister of India talk about the semiconductor and huge investment is going to be made in semiconductor side. Even FDI is continuously rising in technology, or in particularly in manufacturing side. Last year we have received $50 billion in investment in form of FDI in manufacturing technology. But again, there are certain challenges. So good things are there, but again there are challenges. So I'm focusing on 3 or 4 challenges. First challenge is digital divide, which I think one of the very important side. As I said, that the difference between India and Bharat. When I say India and Bharat means one which is shining side and one is the other side where the technology has to reach. So rural area is still lagging behind. Uh, uh, of course, our penetration and technology is doing great, but there has to reach to the masses. And for this, we need to have a strategic plan. We need to have some workable plan. Only then it would be possible. Then the cyber security. Every day we are facing several cyber threats. People have been cheated. So we need such kind of system which can, when where these cyber frauds can be reduced. Otherwise, it is reducing the credibility of technology. Likewise, this regulatory hurdles. So much regulation problems are there. Certain regulations are there. Certain regulation yet to be finalized, yet to be put onto the papers, especially in fintech and e-commerce side. Uh, if we are able to bring those kind of regulatory framework, only then we can increase the rapid innovation and we can scale them up. So these are several challenges, and I think if we put into all this technology into the appropriate way, or we make it possible to reach into the rural side of the country, then the technology is going to be definitely put certain into the growth of the country. Then, in the real sense, we can talk about the developed India, which is Viksit Bharat. But again, employment, inequalities, social distortion, religious, differences, that has to be taken care. Technology will be the medium only, but a real development would be only when we able to address such kind of the issues. Only then the economy can achieve this 2047 Viksit Bharat, and that would be happen with when we have a sustained growth. Although our growth is already sustained, we have to increase the investment continuously. Policies has to be the challenge is that we are not changing the policies regularly as per the requirement. So we have a very stringent phenomena. That is why in the beginning I talk about the efficient civic or efficient governance, which managerial practice Professor was telling about. Then we need a dynamic startup ecosystem, which need to, every time we need to upscale it. Every time we need to rethink about the ranking scenario, and of course, sustainable development and global leadership. We what world is doing. If we are not doing the same, we would be far behind. And if we have to catch up those areas, we have to identify the priority sector, particularly health and education, where the investment is required, R&D, innovation side. Only then I think this technology-led Viksit Bharat is possible, and we can achieve this Viksit Bharat by 2047. So this is all about from my side. Let me thanks to the organizers for inviting me. I would be happy if there is any interaction or something. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable contribution to the event. Thank you for sharing valuable insights. Your passion for the subject was evident, which elevated overall experience for everyone. Thank you, sir. The valuable insights have left a lasting impression on all. With this, let's move to the end of inaugural session. On behalf of Department of Economics and Department of Commerce and Management, I extend heartiest thanks to Professor Mittal, Professor Bansal, Professor Aneja, and all other dignitaries for being with us today. I also thank all the staff members, delegates, and students for their cooperation. Now we'll meet in the technical session at 12:35 p.m. We'll meet in the technical session at 12:35 p.m. Wishing you all joy in learning new things in the upcoming session. Thank you so much. Morning, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, kindly unmute yourself.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible now. Good afternoon, sir.
Ma'am, your camera position is not correct.
Okay. इसमें कैमरा पर रखना चाहिए था।
नहीं, अभी भी ठीक
Good
नहीं
afternoon,
है.
sir. Sir, you are
Good
audible
afternoon.
as well as visible. Please.
Okay, right.
Very good afternoon to everyone. Now we are entering in the technical session of this conference. I, Dr. Jyoti, on behalf of IBPG College, welcome the respected chairpersons of this technical session, Professor Tejinder Sharma, Department of Commerce, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, and Professor Archana Chaudhary, Department of Economics, Kurukshetra University. Before moving ahead, I would like to give a brief introduction of both the chairpersons. Dr. Tejinder Sharma is presently working as professor in Department of Commerce at Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. He has over 30 years of corporate, academic, and research experience, and his research interests are particularly in the field of marketing. He has over 50 publications in the journals of international and national repute. He has completed a major UGC-sponsored research project on potential and consumer behavior of subsistence marketplaces, a study in Haryana. He is in editorial and referee board of several reputed international and national journals. He has organized 7 international and national conferences in India and abroad. He has been invited twice by the University of Illinois at University Champaign and as domain expert on subsistence marketplaces and has been academic coordinator of several delegation of overseas students. He was the conference chair of prestigious first immersion conference organized by Subsistence Marketplace Initiative of University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign and has been track chair of the annual conference of Association of Collegiate Marketing Educators of USA. He has been the director of the prestigious 7th and 8th International Gita Seminars organized by Kurukshetra University. He has been the member of University Court, Academic Council, Chancellor Nominee, Selection Committees, DRS Committee, Board of School, Board of Studies of several reputed universities. A prolific speaker, he has been invited in several reputed conferences, seminars, workshops, and invited lectures in several colleges and universities of the country. Besides being an academician of repute, Professor Tejinder Sharma held several academic administrative positions in the university. He has been the program officer in NSS and then university coordinator of NSS in Kurukshetra University and has provided social leadership to over 19,000 NSS volunteers. It was during his tenure that university's NSS volunteers led the contingent in the prestigious Republic Day parade, and over 30,000 trees were planted by the NSS volunteers, and over 20,000 units of blood were collected. As a nodal officer of NIRF in 2017, he has made tireless efforts to get the university ranked among top 100 institutions of higher education in the country. He has been the member of core team, which has superheaded the university to NAC A++ grade. He has been the director of public relations and has superheaded the digital campaign of the university. He was also the nodal officer of CM's window and is committed to transparency and efficiency of the systems. He has also been the chairperson, Department of Commerce at Kurukshetra University and superheaded the learning process during the difficult times of lockdown. He has also been the director, Youth and Cultural Affairs of University, Kurukshetra University, and the university had the honor to organize 13th South Asian Universities Youth Festival during his tenure. He has also been the director, Directorate of Distance Education, Kurukshetra University, and the president of Haryana Commerce and Management Association. His leadership qualities give inspiration to the youth, and he is looked upon as a respectable teacher, an accomplished academician, able administrator, and above all, a good human being. I extend a warm welcome to you, sir, and request you to give your blessings to the dead.
Thank you so much for very kind words that you have spoken. Uh, you see, we all are teachers, we all are doing our duties. And as we go ahead in the journey, things come, right? So there's nothing very great that I have done. All of you are also wonderful teachers, and I'm sure that everybody is doing a great job when it comes to doing their duty. So I am extremely, extremely grateful to the college, IB College, Dr. Ajay Garg then Sunit ji, and also we have the team from the economics department who have so kindly given me the invitation to be a part of this wonderful say seminar. I know it takes a lot of effort to organize this seminar, and you all have done it in such a wonderful mode, that is blended mode, using technology as well as on offline interactions. This is really commendable, and I extend my very best wishes to the people who have say organized this. Besides the organizers, people who are attending this, they also really deserve an applause. The theme of the event that you have chosen is really very, very relevant. The opportunities and challenge for Indian economy by way of Viksit Bharat at the rate 2047. I know if you read old books of economics, there was a term that had been coined to insult us. The term was Hindu rate of growth, right? They said that India will never grow anything more than 4%. And this was demeaningly called as a Hindu rate of growth. But now, when India has woken up and has taken its rightful position into the economic mainstream among the League of Nations, among the fraternity of nations, now India is emerging as one of the fastest growing economies, right? How long can we say that we are developing economy? How long can we say that, Bharat ek garib desh hai? We really want to get out of this, say, mindset that we are not capable of becoming great again. We did a AICT sponsored research project on the ancient economy of India. And in the findings, we saw that India accounted for almost one third of the global GDP. When Indian economy was at its peak, right? It was at its peak for almost say 2000 years, right from the Vedic times, right? We were having international trades. Our businessmen, they were traveling across nations, they were traveling far off places, and they were doing business. India believed in specialization of products, specialization of technologies. We were specialists in so many things, and every city, right, used to be a specialist in one thing. For example, you start right from Lahore or Amritsar, you will find as you progress from one city to another city, that city becomes a specialist into one product, right? This is analogous to the modern clustering approach, which we are having, the special economic zones and all those kinds of things, which we are talking about now. This had evolved organically into the Indian economic setup. We produced the best products, which were second to none. We were technologically superior. Our metallurgy, our armament technology, our textiles, our condiments, right? And above all, our managerial expertise, that was really remarkable and world class, right? That is why we contributed almost one third of the global GDP. How much do we contribute now? Anybody? You can put your message in the chat box also. What is India's contribution to the global GDP now? Anybody? Yes, you can unmute, or you have muted everybody. So now it is around 1%, right? Now India's contribution is less than 2%, right? It is between 1 to 2%. Imagine if our contribution becomes 30%, 33% once again, right? See what kind of lifestyle we all would be living. There would be no hunger, there would be no poverty, there would be no pain, there would be no tears in anybody's eyes. But then the question is that how will we do this? For this purpose, the starting point is that we have to get out of the mindset that we can't do it. We are no longer developed. We are a no longer developing country. We want to become a developed nation. We want to be called ourselves amongst the Viksit nations, right? For this purpose, we started with Atam Nirbharta. We started with, say, our economic policies, inviting more and more foreign direct investment, and we converted even the pandemic into an opportunity. The growth rate after pandemic has been much more phenomenal, and many countries are unable to match with the kind of growth rate which we have achieved within a short span of time. So you see, future is ours if we all remain united, if we all work as a team, if we all will put in our best. And for this purpose, it is not the responsibility of only the business or only the government. It is the responsibility of everybody, including we educational institutions, we researchers, right? A common man. We all will have to work to make India Viksit once again. आपके पानीपत में हवा की क्या पोजीशन है? सांस आ रहा है? Is it polluted or it is not much polluted?
They're totally polluted.
Totally polluted, right? जब दिल्ली से आते हैं तो पानीपत तक हम भगवान का नाम लेते रहते हैं, क्योंकि हवा का फ्लेवर ही अलग है। और जब पानीपत क्रॉस करते हैं, करनाल आना शुरू होता है, तो थोड़ा थोड़ा फ्लेवर चेंज होता है। कुरुक्षेत्र वगैरह थोड़ा फ्लेवर ठीक है, फिर अंबाला क्रॉस करके, लालडू क्रॉस करके जब चंडीगढ़ को टच करते हैं और पंजाब में जाते हैं, तो फिर गड़बड़ शुरू हो जाती है। तो क्या ऐसे हमारा विकसित भारत बनेगा? लोग कहें कि नहीं, जरूरत ही नहीं है, ये तो सरकार का काम है, फैक्ट्रियां लगाने से ही विकसित बनेंगे। नहीं, विकसित वो होगा जिसमें कि हमारे जीवन का हर एस्पेक्ट ऐसा होगा जो हमें एक अच्छा जीवन देगा। लोग यहाँ रहना पसंद करें, लोग यहाँ आना पसंद करें, राइट? वो होगा विकसित भारत, वो होगा विकसित भारत। So I'm very excited to be a part of this technical session. I know this technical session belongs rightfully to the participants, because the participants have worked hard. They have made submissions. How many papers have been submitted in this session? How many presentations you plan to do? Hello, organizers.
Approx 15 to 20 presentations.
Okay, 15 to 20 presentations, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm sure you must have shortlisted the presentations, right?
Yes, sir, we have.
You have shortlisted the presentations. So how much time do we have for this session? It is 1 hour or more or less?
Sir, approximately it is 1 hour.
Hello?
Yes, sir. It is
Approximately it is 1 hour. No.
Yes,
Right.
sir.
So 15 presentations in 1 hour, right? Sounds cruel, but it depends upon how organizers have done it. My request would be that dear presenters, please don't present the theoretical part, right? Come straight to the research problem that you are addressing, and then come with the conclusions and implications, because they would be more relevant, right? Or if you have something very practical, right, instead of giving any data or theory, no need of that. Just talk about, okay, this is what we have found, this is what we observe, and this is what could be done, right? So only then we will be able to complete these 15 presentations. Otherwise it may become difficult for us to complete these 15 presentations. So I don't want to intrude into the time of say our participants. Now I hand over the dais to my fellow chairperson, Dr. Archana. She is not visible on the dashboard. She's here. So I'm sure Dr. Archana would be here. So if she has to add something, right, she can add in a minute, and then after that, we can start with the presentations. Over to you.
Namaskar, sir.
Ji, namaskar, madam. Namaskar, ji.
Welcome, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for sharing such valuable insights. And now I would like to give a brief introduction of Professor Archana Chaudhary. Dr. Archana Chaudhary is a distinguished economist and academician with an illustrious career spanning 23 years. Holds PhD in economics and an LLB, she has established herself as a renowned expert in her field. Her academic excellence is reflected in her numerous publications, including a book, 7 book chapters, and 42 research papers in esteemed journals. She has acted as guest editor for the Journal of Haryana Studies, a special issue on Haryana economy, and the Indian Economic Journal. As a seasoned researcher, she has guided over 70 students in their post-graduation projects, dissertations, and PhD research, fostering a completely new generation of economists and researchers. Dr. Chaudhary's expertise spans over various fields, including economics, banking, finance, statistics, and social sciences. She has presented papers at over 50 conferences and seminars, both nationally and internationally, and has an invited speaker at various academic and professional forums. She has been involved in the organization of more than 40 conferences and workshops. Her leadership roles, including NSS program professor and member of various academic and administrative bodies, demonstrate her commitment to the academic excellence and community service. And the list is endless. We are feeling contented to have you as the chairperson of this session, ma'am, and I extend a warm welcome to you, ma'am. Ma'am, kindly unmute yourself, please.
Yeah. Thanks for such a nice introduction. And I'm thankful to the principal, uh, Dr. Ajay Gargji and Himanshi, Department of Economics, uh, for inviting me to act as a resource person of this session. And your choice of the topic, that opportunities and challenges for Indian economy in the way to Viksit Bharat at the rate 2047 is very pertinent, and we all need to brainstorm so that we all can be part of it. We can contribute to achieve this ambitious objective of our honorable Prime Minister. Uh, to enumerate just few of the opportunities or challenges, I think I'll leave it to the paper presenters so that they can elaborate it on further. But few of the points I would like to mention are the, our demographic dividend, the way we are digitalizing, the way we are increasing strengthening our infrastructure, focusing on Make in India, the focus on the renewable energy, skilling, education, FDI. So these all are going to help us achieve this objective, while at the same time the inequalities, unemployment, corruption, environmental degradation, health and education challenges, and some geopolitical risks are there. So not saying much, I'll hand over the session to you, and please invite the speakers one by one. So, thank you.
So now, as ma'am has permitted us, I would like to invite our first delegate to give their presentation. She will be giving her presentation in offline mode. So I would like to invite Miss Kavita from Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur, to give her presentation. Miss Kavita. Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Kavita. I'm from Bhagat Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya University, Kanpur Kala, Sonipat. My research topic is isolation to connection, how digital technology influences mental health in elderly. तो जैसे पॉपुलेशन बढ़ती जा रही है वैसे वैसे दिल्ली की जो पॉपुलेशन है वो भी इंक्रीज हो रही है और तो जो ये इंक्रीजमेंट है पॉपुलेशन का वो कुछ चैलेंजेस और अपॉर्चुनिटीज लेकर आती है मेंटल हेल्थ सेटिंग के अंदर जिसमें जो एल्डरली पीपल्स हैं वो बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स मेंटल हेल्थ से रिलेटेड फेस करते हैं लाइक आइसोलेशन लोनलीनेस स्ट्रेस डिप्रेशन या एल्जाइमर जैसी प्रॉब्लम्स को वो फेस करते हैं जिसके उनकी जो मेंटल हेल्थ है उस पर इम्पैक्ट पड़ता है जैसे यंगर जनरेशन जो है वो जो डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजीज की जो टेक्नोलॉजी है उसको सीखने के लिए जो उनकी एबिलिटी है वो मतलब जल्दी अडॉप्ट कर लेते हैं लेकिन जो हमारे एल्डरली है 60 ईयर से ऊपर के और वो लोग इतना जल्दी उसको ग्रैब नहीं कर पाते वो इतना अडॉप्ट इतना जल्दी नहीं कर पाते तो उनके लिए ये है कुछ लिटरेचर इसमें ये देखा गया कि कुछ स्टडीज में ये देखा कि जो मेंटल हेल्थ और डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी के ऊपर कुछ स्टडीज हुई है उन्होंने ये देखा कि जो सोशल इंटरेक्शन है वो बहुत जरूरी है मेंटल हेल्थ के लिए लेकिन कुछ स्टडीज में ये भी देखा कि ये जो इश्यूज है वो एलिवेट कर सकते हैं डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी का जब एडल्ट यूज करेंगे उनसे और तो मैं स्टडी का जो ये ऑब्जेक्टिव है इसमें ये है कि टू इन्वेस्टिगेट द इफेक्ट ऑफ डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी टू रिड्यूसिंग फीलिंग ऑफ लोनलीनेस एंड इम्पैक्ट ऑफ क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ अमंग एल्डरली और मैथोलॉजी में इस स्टडी में डिस्क्रिप्टिव रिसर्च डिजाइन का यूज किया गया है जिसमें डाटा ये प्राइमरी बेस्ड स्टडी है प्राइमरी डेटाबेस स्टडी है जिसमें एक WHO का क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ स्केल यूज किया गया है जिसमें 60 पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं जिनकी एज 60 टू अबोव है और ये जो डेटा कलेक्शन है वो भिवानी डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑफ हरियाणा में किया गया जिसमें टोटल 60 पार्टिसिपेंट्स में 32 फीमेल्स और 28 मेल्स हैं और इसमें ये ज्यादातर जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स है उनकी जो एज है वो 60 टू 69 है और 33% जो है वो 70 टू 79 ईयर्स है और कुछ मतलब 8% सिर्फ 80 और 80 से अबोव है इसमें ज्यादातर जो महिलाएं पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं जिसमें 66.7% जो है वो ज्यादातर अपने चिल्ड्रन या अपने स्पाउस के साथ रहती हैं लेकिन कुछ एक बिल्कुल स्मॉल ग्रुप है जो अलोन भी रहता है और जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स है उनमें से ज्यादातर लोग नो फॉर्मल एजुकेशन के साथ हैं और कुछ ने प्राइमरी एजुकेशन ली हुई है और कुछ में एक स्मॉल ग्रुप है जिनकी जो हायर एजुकेशन दी थी इसमें जो रिजल्ट्स है उसमें moderate positive correlation है using smartphone and quality of life with the coefficient of 0.60. This implies that greater smartphone use is associated with an enhanced perception of overall quality of life among the elderly participants. जिसमें ये कहा गया कि जो स्मार्टफोन यूज है वो मेंटल हेल्थ एंड वेलबींग को एनहांस करता है और अगला जो कोरिलेशन है जिसमें स्मार्टफोन यूजर्स की और मेंटल हेल्थ और वेलबींग की वो 0.555 है और जो ऑल्सो इंडिकेटेड करता है कि मॉडरेट पॉजिटिव कोरिलेशन बिटवीन और ये स्टडी सजेस्ट करती है कि जो हायर जो स्मार्टफोन यूजर्स है उनकी लाइफ क्या होती है बेटर मेंटल हेल्थ उनकी होती है जो वेलबींग पॉजिटिव वेलबींग को एक लीड करती है थ्रू ए स्लाइटली लेस एक्सटेंड दैट its relationship with its social correctness or quality of life. और इसमें कंक्लूजन में ये है कि जो पॉपुलेशन है मतलब जो एल्डरली की जो पॉपुलेशन है वो जैसे जैसे इंक्रीज हो रही है तो वो एक रिकॉग्नाइज करते हैं कि जो डिजिटल इस ये जो सिनेरियो चला डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी का, उसमें वो रिकॉग्नाइज करते हैं कि उनको भी डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी की जो सारी लर्निंग्स है वो आनी चाहिए। और नहीं तो जो एल्डरली है वो मतलब मतलब इसको फेस करते हैं कि उनको डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी से का कुछ ज्यादा आता नहीं है। तो उन्होंने ये कहा कि वो इंटरवेंशन की एक जरूरत है ताकि वो कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी चीजें सीख पाए। थैंक यू। Thank you, Kavita, for your presentation. Ma'am, would you like to give any remark for this presentation? Or shall we continue the other presentations?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
So the next presentation will be by Miss Manisha from Bhagat Phool Singh Women University, Kanpur. Miss Manisha. Good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Manisha, a research scholar from Department of Economics. Today I present a topic on user intention on rooftop solar adoption and end-to-end review of theories and methods. Now, in this, the researchers focus on the growing demand of sustainable energy solution and global push on reducing carbon emission have led to innovative approach in renewable energy application. One such innovation is use of rooftop solar energy as a residential area. The topic is inside the basic theme of this topic is focus on use of solar energy for the rooftop or for the residential area. Now, the present study mostly focus on systematic review that on adopted theories, method, and technique used within 199 original qualitative, quantitative, statistical, and non-statistical article covering household attitude, awareness, tendency, knowledge, motive, willingness, intention, and adoption decision. In this, for the collection of 199 and original study, we use a systematic literature review. In systematic literature review, we focus on some of steps कि कौन से रिसर्च पेपर को आपको कंसीडर करना है। इसके लिए इसके लिए रिसर्चर ने यूज किया है प्रेफर्ड रिपोर्टिंग आइटम फॉर सिस्टमैटिक लिटरेचर रिव्यू एंड मेटा एनालिसिस प्रोटोकॉल। टू मेन इलेक्ट्रॉनिक डेटाबेस को फोकस किया गया, वेब ऑफ साइंस को, स्कोपस को, कीवर्ड्स को फॉर द सिलेक्शन ऑफ आर्टिकल, कीवर्ड्स को यूज किया गया सोलर फोटोवोल्टाइक अडॉप्शन बिहेवियर रेजिडेंशियल सेक्टर, बैटरी एनर्जी स्टोरेज सिस्टम, rooftop solar energy and energy transition. Ma'am, next please. Now this is a flow chart for a web of science and scopus. And additional resources are collected from the citation base, which are more citation. In filtering process, language is used in English, and in web of science mostly focus on article and proceeding paper and book chapter, and excluded in exclusion criteria, review book review, editorial material, collection data paper, and note news are excluded. Same in Scopus. After the search of combined is 2092. After the duplication, 1284 research paper is considered. After this, main focus on is covering eligibility is 199. That focus on variable considered on in inclusion considered as the dependent variable and intervention variable, and approaches used in data collection, behavior theory, and applied method. Scope of this study focus on solar photovoltaic, solar home system, and solar photovoltaic combined with a battery energy storage system. टाइप ऑफ यूज इज रेजिडेंटल हाउस होल्ड लेवल बिहेवियर इसमें चेक किया गया है कि कौन कौन सी स्टडीज ऐसी है जो अडोप्शन ऑफ प्री अडोप्शन फेज ऑफ बिहेवियर को अडोप्शन इंटेंशन विलिंगनेस टू अडोप्ट एटीट्यूड मोटिव्स अवेयरनेस नॉलेज एंड परसेप्शन एंड टेंडेंसी को फोकस करती है. Now these studies show the most after the review of 199 study to see we found that जो स्टडीज है मोस्टली क्या है वो फोकस करती है पीवी अडॉप्शन बिहेवियर पर. ज्यादातर जो स्टडी है वो एक्चुअल डिसीजन पर फोकस करा गया है. इस आफ्टर द रिव्यू ऑफ 199 पेपर वी फाउंड दैट मोस्टली फोकस अडॉप्शन पर है. लिमिटेड स्टडी दैट फोकस ऑन इंटेंशन और फ्री अडॉप्शन स्टेज बिहेवियर. Now this study, now in this most study, these theories are used. That is the behavior reasoning theory, diffusion innovation theory, technology acceptance model, theory of planned behavior, unified theory of acceptance or use of technology, value belief norms theory, self-build and innovation, and hybrid mode. Now these are models mostly used. Mostly the studies use the statistical analysis and regression and descriptive statistics in these research articles. Limitation of these current PV adoption study. Most study focus on financial adoption decision. Limited and neglecting the earlier stage of like intention and attitude formation, and also missing key psychological elements such as perceived self-efficiency, trust, and risk are often unexplored or insufficiently validated in study. The gap between attitude and actual behavior is rarely addressed, limiting understanding of decision-making process. Future research gap and direction. Greater emphasis on understanding psychological determinants on trust, risk, perception, influencing PV adoption behavior. Consider both phase in and phase out of financial initiative to understand their long-term effect on household adoption. Develop a customized action plan and strategy tailored to unique need of different societies to accelerate PV adoption and address local barriers. Future research should focus on implication of integrating battery energy storage system into existing PV networks and effect of raising out a financial initiative on adoption rates. Thank you. Thank you, Manisha, for your presentation. So now I would like to call the next delegate, which is who is Miss Sweetie from Institute of Hotel and Tourism Management and MD. Miss Sweetie.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me, ma'am? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
All right, all right. Just a second, ma'am. So,
You are from MDU? Ma'am, you are from MDU? Ma'am, Sweetie Ahlawat, are you from MDU? Sweetie ma'am, am I audible to you? Ma'am. So the next delegate will be giving the presentation is Miss Sweetie from Bhagat Phool Singh Women University, Kanpur. A very good afternoon, all of you. I am Shriti from Bhagat Khushi Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur, Sonipat. My topic
Good
is
afternoon. I am Sweetie from MTU. So, can I start or somebody else is giving presentation? Kindly confirm, ma'am.
Yeah, you may give your presentation after her. Okay.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much.
My topic is sustainability applications and their impact on environment. That is a comprehensive review. We all know, we all know about the sustainability. That means कि प्रेजेंट नीड को फुलफिल करते हुए फ्यूचर को ध्यान में रखते हुए कि आप अपनी प्रेजेंट की नीड्स है वो उनको फुलफिल करो ताकि फ्यूचर में आने वाली जनरेशन है उनके लिए भी कुछ बच सके और अच्छा बच सके। फॉर एग्जाम्पल अभी पहले सर ने बोला था कि क्या रियली में जो एयर क्वालिटी है वो कितना खराब चल रहा है, क्या ऐसे सस्टेनेबिलिटी हो सकती है? नहीं हो सकती, क्योंकि सांस लेने के लिए तो कुछ है नहीं, करेंगे क्या? देर आर 3 लाइन, एक वर्ड है ट्रिपल बॉटम लाइन, 3 चीजें हैं वहां पे, पीपल है, प्लेनेट है और प्रॉफिट है। सिर्फ प्रॉफिट की तरफ ध्यान दिया जा रहा है, ना पीपल की तरफ दिया जा रहा है, ना प्लेनेट की तरफ दिया जा रहा है। क्या हो रहा है इसके अंदर? क्लाइमेट चेंज हो रहे हैं जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं, रिसोर्स डिप्लीशन हो रहा है, एनवायरमेंटल डिग्रेडेशन हो रहा है। अब हवा खराब हो जाएगी। अब दीपावली पे ऑलमोस्ट सबने यूज किए हैं क्योंकि अब सबको पता है स्मोक तो होगा ही होगा, उससे एयर क्वालिटी खराब होगी। अब जिसकी वजह से क्या हो रहा है, स्कूल्स भी बंद हो रखे हैं, इंस्टीट्यूशन बंद हो रखे हैं। फेस क्या कर रहे हैं बच्चे? अल्टीमेटली फेस कर रहे हैं, स्टडी पे इम्पैक्ट आ रहा है, कोई ध्यान नहीं दे रहा उसकी तरफ। सिर्फ जो बचा है एजुकेशन बची है वो सिर्फ पेपर पेन पे बची है। रियलिटी में एजुकेशन का ना तो कोई इम्प्लीकेशन हो रहा है। ये अगर कोई कर सकता है ना, सिर्फ एक टीचर ही ऐसा प्रोफेशन है जहां से हर चीज का रूट निकलता है। एवरी प्रोफेशन स्टार्ट फ्रॉम दी टीचिंग प्रोफेशन। अगर हम कुछ कर सकते हैं, अगर हमारा जो स्कूल्स है, एजुकेशन सिस्टम है, अगर वो अच्छा हो सकता है तो वहीं से कुछ अपग्रेड हो सकता है, अदरवाइज सब डिग्रेड हो रहा है, सिर्फ कहने को बचा है। तो जब मैंने नॉर्मली जो पेपर बनाया है ज्यादा बड़ा नहीं है, छोटा सा पेपर है, ओनली देर आर 19 रिसर्च पेपर रिव्यू, जिसमें मैंने देखा है फोकस क्या फोकस कर रहे हैं हम, एसडीजी बनाए रखे हैं, 3 इयर्स का टारगेट है। जिसके अंदर जो मैंने लिया उसमें एसडीजी 7 है जो कि क्लीन एनर्जी का है, एसडीजी 11 है सस्टेनेबल सिटीज। अगर एयर ही अच्छी नहीं है तो सिटीज कहां से अच्छी होंगी? एसडीजी 12 है कंजम्पशन एंड प्रोडक्शन। अब देखो कंजम्पशन तो कर रहे हैं, हर चीज कुछ भी खाने का देख लो, नॉर्मली अगर कुछ भी प्रोडक्शन हो रही है, इतने ही तो फूड के हैं जो अच्छे नहीं है, हम खाना ऐसा कर रहे हैं, गट्स खराब हो रहे हैं, ऊपर से फिर क्या है, डॉक्टर्स के पास जा रहे हैं। दो ही चीजें रन कर रही हैं, या खाने की या डॉक्टर्स की। थर्ड है क्लाइमेट एक्शन, 13 हमारा जो एसडीजी है उसको लिया गया है। इससे घुमा, अगर ज्यादा घुमा के बात ना करूं मैं, तो कुल मिला के यही आ रहा है कि हमारा सस्टेनेबिलिटी में क्या हो रहा है कि बस वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट की तरफ ध्यान दो, क्लाइमेट चेंज की तरफ ध्यान दो, ग्रीन जो हमारी ग्रीन हाउस गैसेज है उनकी तरफ दो। लेकिन हम बोल रहे हैं कि पॉलिथीन यूज करना है, नहीं करना है। अल्टीमेटली हम सब कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि क्या करें, आती है घर पे, क्या करें उसको? फिर तो बोलते हैं कि हम उसके खिलाफ है, लेकिन कोई नहीं है। कहीं ना कहीं हम क्या करें, उसका कर सकते हैं, वेस्ट डालते हैं, उसको फेंक देते हैं ऐसे ही। कुछ रिव्यू है उसके देखा था, अभी 2010 से 20 की एक रिपोर्ट आई थी आरईएनए की, दैट इज इंटरनेशनल रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी एजेंसी, 2021 में। उसमें क्या बोल रहा है कि 90% ओवर जो यूज की गई है रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, उसमें थोड़ा है कि भाई हम सोलर यूज कर रहे हैं, विंड एनर्जी यूज कर रहे हैं, हाइड्रोथर्मल पावर यूज कर रहे हैं। उसके बाद है वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट में एक रिपोर्ट आई थी यूरोप की, उसके अंदर भी 40% का जो हमने मतलब कवर किया है कि हम 40% तक हम रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी की यूज कर रहे हैं। वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट अगर हम स्टार्ट करें, ज्यादा से ज्यादा पॉपुलेशन स्कूल्स में आ रही है, कॉलेज में आ रही है, अगर यहाँ से ही बच्चों को सिखाया जाए कि आप वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट ऐसे कर सकते हो, अब हर बंदे के पास इतने सारे, अगर इंक्लूडिंग मी ऑल्सो, इतने सारे कपड़े हैं कि ऐसे ही जाते हैं वो। तो पहले क्या होता था कि जो मतलब हमारी जो दादी नानी होती थी, वो इवन ना जो मतलब बिस्तर जो तैयार करते हैं, जब तक कोई चीज यूज हो रही है उसके लास्ट में ना उसको कट के करके बिस्तर तैयार होते थे, तो हम चारपाई पे बिछाते थे। तो ऐसे वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट को हम यूज करते थे, लेकिन अब ऐसा नहीं है, हर किसी के पास एक्सेस में चीजें हैं। और एक मैं बोल चुकी हूँ पहले ही, ट्रिपल बॉटम लाइन है जो जिसके अंदर हमने तीन चीजों को इंक्लूड किया है, एनवायरनमेंट को, इकोनॉमिक को और सोशल को। तेरा 3 डायमेंशन है, और इसको हम ट्रिपल पी भी बोलते हैं, पीपल, प्लेनेट और प्रॉफिट। रैशनल क्या है मेरी स्टडी का कि एड्रेस क्रिटिकल इश्यूज लाइक क्लाइमेट चेंज, रिसोर्स डिप्लेशन, एनवायरमेंटल अपग्रेडेशन एंड थ्रेटन इकोलॉजिकल बैलेंस एंड ह्यूमन वेलबींग, assess the effectiveness of applications such as renewable energy, circular economic practices, and sustainable urban development in mitigation environmental challenges. Next one है explore barrier like financial constraints, infrastructure deficit, policy and limitation that hinder the widespread adoption of sustainability practices, particularly in developing regions. क्योंकि normally जो डेवलपिंग रीजन है वो बोल रहे कि फैक्ट्रीज लगाओ, इंडस्ट्री लगाओ, फिर वहां पे सस्टेनेबिलिटी का ध्यान नहीं रखा जा रहा है। ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या है? असेस द पॉजिटिव इफेक्ट ऑफ सस्टेनेबिलिटी प्रैक्टिसेस ऑन रिड्यूसिंग एनवायरमेंटल डिग्रेडेशन एंड फोस्टरिंग इको सिस्टम। एक साइड देखो, मान लो अगर कोई भी एक चीज को अगर हम ग्रो करते हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं एक चीज को हम नुकसान भी करते हैं। अगर हम डेवलपमेंट चाहते हैं तो फिर वो ग्रीनरी खत्म हो जाती है। इम्प्लीकेशंस क्या क्या हो सकते हैं? क्लाइमेट चेंज मिटिगेशन हो सकता है, बायोडाइवर्सिटी कंजर्वेशन हो सकती है, कॉस्ट सेविंग है, रिसोर्स एफिशिएंसी है, जॉब क्रिएशन हो सकती है, क्योंकि अगर हम ऐसी इंडस्ट्री लगाएंगे जहाँ पे हम सस्टेनेबिलिटी को ध्यान में रखते हैं तो सीधी सी बात है कि जॉब के लिए भी बंदे, इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ हो जाएगी, इम्प्रूव पब्लिक हेल्थ हो जाएगी, कम्युनिटी एम्पावरमेंट एंड सोशल इक्विटी, गवर्नेंस, इंसेंटिव एंड रेगुलेशंस। कंक्लूजन, मैं पेपर स्टार्ट करने से पहले ही कंक्लूजन बता चुकी हूँ कि एक्चुअल में ये हो रहा है, बट सॉरी, यू ऑल आर इंक्लूड इन दिस एनवायरमेंट डिग्रेडेशन। सो अगर अपनी तरफ से बोलते हैं ना कि दूसरे को मत बोलो, शुरुआत खुद से करो, अगर कुछ कर सकते हो तो। थैंक यू। Thank you, Sweetie, for your presentation. So the next delegate who will be giving her presentation is Miss Bhavna. She'll be giving her presentation in online mode. Miss Bhavna. Miss Bhavna from Om Sterling Global University, Hisar.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, dear.
My name is Bhavna. I am from Om Sterling Global University. I am here to present my topic risk management in financial institutions, tool and techniques. Introduction. Financial institutions operate in a complex environment where they face various types of risks that can severely impact their profitability, stability, and long-term sustainability. Literature review, operational risk management, credit risk management, and market risk management. Methodology, research design. This study uses a qualitative research design to analyze how artificial intelligence and data analysis impact risk management performance in Indian financial institutions. Variables, dependent variables and independent variables. Dependent variables are risk prediction accuracy and loss mitigation success. Independent variables, use of artificial intelligence and data analytics, and traditional risk management tools. Sample size and sampling methods. This study analyzed data from 30 Indian financial institutions, selected using stratified random sampling methods. Data analysis, data descriptive statistics, hypothesis testing, and demographic analysis. In this, there is table 1, demographic data of participating financial institutions. This table presents the demographic breakdown of 30 financial institutions that participated in the study. It categorized the institution by size, geographic region, and type. This table shows that 40% of institutions are small, and 40% are medium sized, and 20% are large. In terms of geographic distribution, North India had the largest representation, followed by South and West India. Table second, survey question and mean responses. Then hypothesis testing. In this, there is risk prediction accuracy. Their mean is 4.3 and mean traditional tools 3.4, p-value 0.03. Hypothesis 2, loss mitigation success. In there is use of AI tools, beta is 0.61 and p-value 0.001. Discussion. The findings from the study demonstrate that integrating artificial intelligence and data analysis into risk management frameworks significantly improves risk prediction accuracy and enhances ability to mitigate losses for Indian financial institutions. Conclusion. इसका conclusion क्या है? The integration of AI and data analysis into risk management framework offers significant benefits for financial institutions, particularly in improving risk prediction accuracy and loss mitigation. AI-driven decision-making as the financial landscape continues to evolve, institutions and strike a balance between leverage, emerging technology, and adhering to governance standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhavna, for your presentation. So the next presenter will be giving the presentation is Miss Neha from Maharshi Dayanand University, Rohtak. Miss Neha from Maharshi Dayanand University.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Neha. I'm pursuing PhD from Department of Commerce, MDU Rohtak. Ma'am, actually, I shared.
Can you please turn on your camera?
Sure, ma'am. Ma'am, actually, I shared my PPT with your team. So, could you please share that PPT?
Yeah, you may share your PPT from your laptop.
Actually, I talked to the organizing team that I'm having some issue with the.
Okay, so we are trying. आप अपना कैमरा ऑन कर दीजिए, हम आपकी पीपीटी डिस्प्ले कर देते हैं.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Neha, and I'm pursuing PhD from Department of Commerce, MDU Rohtak. And I'm presenting my paper titled as Exploring the Role of Higher Education and Digital Literacy in Shaping Customer Perception in Food Retail Outlets. Let's start with an abstract of the study. The study investigates how higher education and digital literacy impacts customer perception in food retail outlets. For the study, the data has been collected using a structured questionnaire from a sample of 500 customers from various food retail outlets. And we use stratified random sampling for collecting the data, and the data has been analyzed using correlation analysis. Coming to the introduction and objective part, in order to enhance service quality and to achieve competitive advantage, it's important to understand the factors that shape customer perception. Customer perception basically refers to how a customer views and interprets their interaction with a brand or a service, and it further includes their expectation as well as their satisfaction. Study of Anderson in the year 2019 suggested that higher education leads to increase in consumer awareness and expectations regarding product quality and service quality, and further educated consumer further desires for greater transparency, sustainability, and innovation from retailers. So, what digital literacy is? Digital literacy can be defined as the ability of a person to effectively use digital technology. So, the present research paper aims to explore if higher education or digital literacy leads to shaping of customer perception in retail food outlets. Literature review, coming to that part, the influence of higher education on consumer behavior has been well documented. Like if I say कि एक person जो है वो highly educated है, so we usually associate कि उसकी जो knowledge है वो भी ज़्यादा रहेगी and उसकी जो expectations है regarding products and services वो भी higher ही रहेंगे. Same thing was highlighted in the study of Anderson, that if a customer is educated, he or she would prioritize quality, product quality, and ethical practices, and further he or she seeks for transparency. Similar thing happens in the case of digital literacy. If we say if a user is proficient in digital technology, he or she is more likely to have higher expectations for digital interfaces and services. A study of Miller and Thompson in 2018 suggests that consumers with high education and digital skills demonstrate more sophisticated expectations. Similarly, Wong and Lim in 2019 discussed how educated consumers are more likely to scrutinize food labels and retailer practices, seeking transparency and sustainability. Coming to the research methodology part, as I already discussed, we have used stratified random sampling technique, and for the same, the groups were based on their highest level of education, either they are in high school or graduated or undergraduation, and their self-reported digital literacy level. A sample of 500 customers have been taken, and we have used descriptive statistics and correlation analysis for analyzing the data. The finding shows that correlation coefficient between variables indicating the strength and significance of relationship between education level, digital literacy, and various aspects of customer perception. Digital literacy also significantly impacts customer satisfaction with digital tools. Consumers with high digital literacy rated their satisfaction with online ordering system and mobile apps 30% higher than those with low digital literacy. Furthermore, there's a positive correlation between digital literacy and the perceived ease of use of digital interfaces. To conclude, we can state that higher education is associated with increased consumer expectations for product quality, transparency, and ethical practices. Digital literacy significantly enhances customer satisfaction with digital tools and services, which highlights the importance of user-friendly digital interfaces and personalized interaction. So we can say that if the study states that if a person is highly educated or is very efficient in digital technology, then his expectations and perception will be higher. So the retailers can leverage these insights to improve their offerings by aligning their services with the expectation of a well-educated and technically adept customer base. Future research could explore additional variables such as cultural factors and social economic status, etc., to provide a comprehensive understanding of customer perception in food retail sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Neha, for your presentation. The next delegate is Miss Ritu from Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. Miss Ritu? Miss Ritu, are you there in the meeting? I think she is not connected with us right now. So the next delegate will be Miss Himanshi from Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. Miss Himanshi from Kurukshetra University. Miss Himanshi, if you are in the meeting, drop a message in the chat box. Miss Madhu Kumari. Miss Madhu Kumari from Central University of Rajasthan.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you may give
Hello.
your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes, yes, Madhu.
Ma'am, my slide is visible.
Yes, your slide is visible. You may start your presentation now.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Madhu Kumari, a research scholar from Department of Economics, Central University of Rajasthan, and my uh, research topic is mapping a labor migration flow development and patterns, a comprehensive bibliometric analysis shaping between 2013 to 2023. The content of my this presentation is introduction and literature and objective and findings and conclusion and references. We all know that the international, what is international migration? The movement of the individual abroad from the specified time involving a cross-border living and working. What is labor mobility? And we know that the component, the movement of the employees across and within the regions, which is referred to the movement of employees across and within the regions, the key component of the migration influencing the economics and policies and social societies globally. Uh, uh, these are my few literature reviews. Uh, According to the Khalidi 2021, the bibliometric study, the map academic output and finds gap and trend and illustrate the research organization and nation and links to present a holistic view of labor mobility. 2012, the most common human movement worldwide is the internal migration or reallocation inside one nation. Movement occurs routinely over the vast distance and nation. These are the objective of my study. What are the labor migration publication and development present pattern and citation rate, which publication set the standard for the sexual contribution to the studying labor migration, which countries and institution organization have significant advance the study of labor migration, which work are most well liked or frequent cited in the work written about the labor migration, which theme clusters emerges, and where are the research gap in labor migration literature. The methodology I used is this study employed the bibliometric review methodology to analyze the scholarly landscape surrounding labor migration result. Database selection, the study utilized the Web of Science database. Web of Science among the most stabilized, reputed bibliometric citation analysis database, providing the comprehensive coverage of the peer review academic literature. Search strategy, the search was conducted using the combination of the keywords relevant to the labor migration, such as the labor migration pattern, migration determinants, labor mobility, migrant workers, and migration dynamics, data screening and inclusion. After the screening, I have included 2,682 articles with complete bibliographic information. Citation data were obtained for the analysis. Data analysis tool I was used. Web of was Vivo application, BiblioShiny RStudio, Microsoft Excel. Bibliometric analysis conducted. I have used two major bibliometric approaches. First is performance analysis, and second is scientific mapping analysis. The finding of the first objective is the citation experience is sharp increase in 2014, followed by the decrease in growth rate is subsequently in year 15, and then in 16 and in 17. Publication decline in 2014 and 2015, but recover significantly in 2016 with a continuous steady growth forward. The peak in citation is 2023, highlight the earlier research growing recognition and impact on the labor migration. The overall trend from the 2012 to 2021 show the increase in interest in labor migration research with the notable correlation between the publication and citation. The finding of the objective 2, the highest citation and impact score, the International Journal of Ethics and Migration study lead to the 1043 citation and impact score is 3.96 from the 94 publication. Highest impact factor leader also won the exhibiting the notable impact factor 4.1614 from the 17 publication. Top H index for the sustainability studies. Sustainability published 52 articles which with the highest H index of 19 among the top 15 journals, signifying the significant influence. Finding of the objective third, Sun Yat-sen University has the highest number of links, 14, and the total strength of the 21, indicating the broad and impactful collaborative network. University of Oxford had the 8 link and total strength of producing a 38 document, suggesting strong but fewer collaboration with the significant output. University of Melbourne has a 9 linkage and total link is, of 9 with the 21 papers showing a balanced and consistent collaborative profile. Two of Chinese universities, including the Sun Yat-sen University, Fudan University, contributing to 7.43% of the total publication, and finding a strong research collaboration in China. Australian University, the University of Sydney, and University of Queensland contributed 18.0.1%, highlighting the solid academic partnership in Australia. Objective findings of the objective forward. The United States lead in the number of articles published, contributing to 23.3% of the total publication. China followed by the 1.63%, and England ranked third, 12.3%. Australia contributes 7.94%, and Germany has 6.754%. The United has the highest all over the link stand in this 1,723, followed by the China, England, indicating the highest interconnection in academic network. Notable thing is here is India is not among the top 10 countries of labor migration research, despite the significant publication in other fields. This is the cluster of things shows by the finding of the objective 5. The cluster 1 has a strong focus on the migration or related topics such as the migration, migrant workers, international migration, immigration, indicating the cultural theme in labor migration research. Cluster 2 shows that the economic aspect of migration, highlight the keywords like the remittance, international remittance, migrants, remittance, and financial development. Cluster 3 research on the implication of migration with the focus of keywords like health, mental health and prevalence, and COVID-19, along with the economic impact for indicating the prompts such as the economic growth, poverty, and equality. Cluster 4, economic, gender, and dimension of the migration, emphasis with the keywords gender, women, integration, and children, alongside the regional focuses on countries like China's, Mexico, and economic aspects such as employment, labor, and unemployment. Conclusion of my story is a significant growth in research. Labor migration research show that notable growth, and especially from the 2020 to 2003, with the increase in publication and citation, reflecting the rising academic interest. Key institution, University of London, University of Singapore, University of California, system. Sun Yat-sen University play a central role. Major regional collaboration research heavily focused on US, China, England, and Australia, emphasizing global collaboration network, analysis tool, and data, utilizing the Weaver, Shiny, MS Excel to analyze the 2,682 Web of Science document to identify the trend and cluster and pattern. Path forward for the labor migration research in India, interdisciplinary approaches, integrating economics, social science, public health, and environmental study to analyze the labor mobility in India. Emerging themes focus on the health impact of migration, economic role and remittance, and challenges faced by the migrant. Longitudinal study, we have need to study the longitudinal study, we examine the long-term impact of the migration on India economy, social society through the extended trend into the study, technological and integration, leverage of data analytical machine learning for the robust train and analysis on political insight, policy implication, advocate for the evidence-based nation and regional program to address the labor mobility and issues. These direction aim to enhance India's migration policy and that the global migration insight. These are my references, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Madhu Kumari, for your presentation. Now, I would like to invite the next delegate
Thank you,
to give
ma'am.
her presentation, Ms. Poonam. Ms. Poonam from Indira Gandhi
Yes, ma'am.
University, Nagpur. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Please start your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. I will. Ma'am, is this visible? Hello?
Yes, but have you shared your screen? Are you asking for the screen that you share?
Yes, ma'am.
You may turn on your camera, please.
Poonam, your PPT is not visible to us.
Okay, sir. I will.
Yes, please.
Ma'am, is this visible now?
No, it's not.
Hello?
No, it's not visible here.
Okay, exactly. Is this visible now, ma'am?
No, it's not visible. You may give your presentation orally by turning on your camera. Miss Poonam,
Yes, ma'am. Wait.
you may turn on your camera and give the oral presentation only.
Ma'am, I want to try my push. Ma'am, is this visible
There must
now?
be a camera icon. There must be a camera icon. आप उसे ऑन कर दीजिए प्लीज. Yes, now you are visible.
Okay.
Yes, you can start your presentation now.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Poonam, research scholar in Department of Commerce, Indira Gandhi University, Mirpur, Rewari. The paper title Examining the Research Trends in Financial Reporting Quality, a Bibliometric Analysis, is authored by Dr. Vijay Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Indira Gandhi University, Mirpur, Rewari. If we talk about the introductions of the financial reporting quality, as we talk, the financial reports are companies' key tools for communicating with stakeholders like investors, creditors, regulators, analysts, the government, etc. Financial reporting quality is defined as financial reports that provide accurate and fair information about an entity's underlying financial condition and economic performance. The FRQ means the information provided by the company should be relevant, should be timely, faithful representations, reliable, etc. Financial reporting quality plays a crucial role in reducing information asymmetry, fostering investor trust, and enhancing stock market efficiency in complex and globalized corporate setting. FRQ research spans multiple disciplines addressing themes like audit quality, regulatory frameworks, and its effect on market performance, governance, and investor protections. High quality financial reporting leads to transparency, which benefits stakeholders by reducing the information gap between them and the company. This transparency, offers several advantages: lower information risk like improved market liquidity, reduced risk of management misconduct, and increased investment efficiencies. There are some including and excluding criteria. Because this is my bibliometric papers, we use some keywords like financial reporting quality, transparency in financial reporting, FRQ, financial statement transparency, and financial statement transparency. There are some initial results like we find 561 papers. After that, we limited to publications year 2006 to 2024, and we find 538 papers. We limited to subject area, that is business management and accounting, economics, econometrics and finance, decision finance, social sciences, and computer science, and we limited it to 495 papers. After that, documented type we take articles, book chapters, and reviews. After that, there's publication stage, we take final only, and the language is English, and source type we take journals. After that, including all the limitations, we find final 445 papers. The research methodology, we take a systematic data selections process was employed. We take papers from Scopus database and using keywords financial reporting quality and transparency in financial reporting initially, if identifying 561 records, as we talked about, including and excluding criteria. Annual scientific predictions. There are annual publications trend from 2007 to 2024. It highlights a growing interest in financial reporting quality FRQ. It is starting with only 3 articles in 2007 and showing a gradual growth over the time. Research output remained modest until 2012, but began rising consistently from 2013, with notable milestones such as 15 article in 2013 and 29 article in 2018. A sharp increase occurred from 2019 onward, with annual publications stabilizing around 40 articles in 2019, 2020, and 21, reflecting sustained need academic attentions. The peak of FRP research activities was observed in 2023 with 66 articles demonstrating the field's heightened importance, followed by a slight drop to 48 articles in 2024. This upward trend underscores the growing recognition of FRQ's relevance, driven by its role in enhancing transparency, governance, and market efficiency. The most relevant sources we found: the contemporary accounting research leads in publication volume with 18 articles, closely followed by accounting review with 17, showcasing their prominence in the accounting and financial research domain. The Auditing Journals ranked third with 13 articles. The Journal of Business Finance and Accounting contributing 10 articles, reflecting their sustained yet slightly lower impact. Other influential research journals such as Journal of Accounting and Public Policy and the Journal of Accounting Research each contribute 8 articles. Advance in Accounting and Cognate Business and Management followed with 7 articles each, while journal like Accounting Origin and Journal of Financial Reporting and Analysis maintain consistent with 6 articles. Cited authors are contributing with the research domain, with Habib A leading at 9%, reflecting a significant role in advancing the field through numerous publication and impactful work. Close contributions including Wang X, Hope OK, and Jen X at 8%, whose extensive research efforts underline their importance, slightly trailing behind the top contributors. MBU contribute 7%, showcasing meaningful involvement in shaping the academic disclosure, informs the diverse authorship landscape. Most cited country. There are world map shows the geographical distribution of accounting and financial research. Citation with United States leading significantly, accumulating 1872 1872 citations marked by darkest hue. Regions like China, Canada, and parts of Europe, including the United Kingdom, Germany, and France, display moderate citations count starting from minimum of 86 citations. Visual representations dominance of US-based research in terms of impact and influence within the globe accounting and finance discipline. Economically significant nations apart from the US demonstrate substantial yet comparatively lower contributions, reflecting their role in shaping the research landscape. The pattern emphasizes the centrally of US research while acknowledging the broader collaborative international contributor to the field. Co-occurrence of keywords. The Voice Viewer visualizations positions financial reporting quality at the core, surrounding by cluster that represent key themes and relationships, reflecting its centrality in accounting and financial research. Co-citation of authors. Co-authorship and co-citation relationship among researchers with node size reflecting the impact of individual based on citations count and publication volume, and thicker as indicating strong collaboration or citation styles. The visualization identifies three primary clusters: red, featuring scholars like Zen and Francis, focus on cohesive subfields; the green, centralized Lissex and Shelfers, reflecting unique collaboration dynamics; and the blue cluster led by DQ and Jonas emphasizes the themes such as earning management and audit quality. Additionally, clusters such as the yellow group address critical topics like financial reporting standards, market regulations, and corporate governance, showcasing the breadth and thematic diversity of the field. Structure underscores the interconnectedness of research efforts where key scholars as the central node thinking diverse subfield, fostering innovations and advancing disclosure within accounting and finance. Conclusion is this is the bibliometric analysis. It underscored the significant and dynamic expansions of financial reporting quality research, emphasizing its vital role in fostering corporate governance, improving transparency, and enhancing market efficiency. This growth reflects the increasing recognition of FRQ's importance in addressing complex financial, environmental, and global challenges. Prominent contributors from other leading authors like Habib A., Wong X, and Hope OK, along with influential journals such as Contemporary Accounting Research and Accounting Review, highlight the field's multidisciplinary and collaborative natures, which integrates perspective from accounting, finance, and corporate governance. Analysis of co-occurrence network and keyword cluster reveals critical themes such as audit quality, market efficiency, investment effectiveness, and corporate governance. It's showcasing both established research stream and areas ripe for future explorations. Recent insights demonstrate the US dominance in FRQ research supported by substantial contributors from China, Canada, and European nations, reflecting the field's global relevance and widespread academic interest. These findings provide a roadmap for scholars and practitioners to navigate and contribute to the evolving landscape of FRQ research. This is the reference of the study. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Poonam, for your presentation. Now
Thank
I
you, ma'am.
request Tejinder sir to give concluding remarks for these presentations.
I have been listening to the presentations, and what I find is now the researchers are definitely doing a very good job. The issues that have been addressed, they are very relevant, and the say manner in which the presentations have been done, that is also noteworthy. You see many seminars and conferences, what happens is the presentations are not done, right? It is simply taken as deemed to be read. Now that defies the very purpose of having a presentation, right? So I'm very happy that this say conference, this seminar has not done this thing. This seminar has actually made the presentations of the selected papers. This is good. Ultimately, you know, if we have to make Viksit Bharat, our quality of research has also to undergo a very big change. Look at the research output of China. They are publishing much more in very good journals. And the real research is going to come from the college teachers, from the university teachers. They have to take a lead in this regards, right? So from that perspective, as an academic perspective, this has been a very, very valuable session. I find, you know, the growing awareness, and slowly, I find a very bright future for the research scenario in the Indian colleges. Regarding the points that have been discussed, most of the aspects related to this, they have been discussed. And if we, because Viksit Bharat is not a say monotonous, not a univariate concept, it entails large number of say aspects, and definitely researchers have touched almost all of them. I believe sustainability and climate change, these are very core key concepts, and maybe research in future directions. This could be the theme, because now we don't have even say 1 year left when the issue of sustainability is going to become unsustainable. So with this, I would like to close because I have to attend to something else. You are aware that Kurukshetra University is organizing International Gita Conference, right? So I call upon all the participants. I see 57 people who are there in this say event. I request all of you to kindly be a part of International Gita Conference also, right? International Gita Conference is a platform where you are able to relate your subject with the teachings of Gita, right? So we have to say attend to some say arrangements meetings for that. So I would take a leave at this moment, but I request all of you that please do come, right? Submit your abstracts, and the registration link and everything is very available on the website. To know the website, you have to just Google Gita Seminar KUK. It comes as a first say result, because many people are searching it, and you are going to have an opportunity to listen to very renowned people, right? On 6th and 7th, 6th we are going to have the preliminary sessions. So I request the participants and also the organizers that they must come here, right? So with this now, I would like to hand over the say dais to Archana madam, so that she can give her closing remarks or continue with the presentations as and when as per the schedule. I would like to take the leave because people are waiting, so I would have to take the leave from you. So, Sunit ji, can I leave? Hello?
Thank you so
Can I
much,
leave?
sir. Sir, thank you for your
Certainly.
presence. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Ji. Thank you so much. Thank you, Archana ma'am. Right? Thank you for your for being a co-chair, and thank you all the participants for being very patient listeners. Thank you so much.
Achha, ma'am, can we continue with the presentations?
Are there some more presentations?
Yes, ma'am. Some delegates
Yeah.
are left. Thank
Okay,
you,
you can continue with it.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So our next delegate will be giving the presentation is Miss Ritu from Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. Miss Ritu from Kurukshetra University.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Ritu, you may start your presentation now.
Good afternoon to all.
Ritu, kindly turn on your camera, please. Okay, thank you, Ritu.
Yes, ma'am. The topic of my presentation is external sector challenges and strategic imperative for Indian economy. Introduction. The Indian economy has changed significantly since economic liberalization in 1991, with the external sector emerging as a key growth driver. Next slide. The external sector includes trade, foreign investment, external debt, and currency rate management is crucial to shaping the Indian economy's stability and growth path. India has several external sector challenges, including global trade volatility, persistent trade deficits, exchange rate changes, and geopolitical uncertainty. Challenges for the Indian economy. First challenges is India's trade deficit. India's trade deficit has widened due to heavy dependence on crude oil and electronics import due to stagnant export growth and inadequate infrastructure and suboptimal integration into global value chains. We can see from the figure that India's share in world both export and as well as import increases over the time period. But India's import increases greater than the export. This shows that India has a persistent trade deficit in over the period. Next, exchange rate volatility. The Indian rupee has experienced significant fluctuations driven by global financial instability and changes in monetary policies of advanced economies. A weak rupee can affect the balance of payment by changing the supply and cost of foreign funding. For instance, depreciation can reduce the creditworthiness of local borrowers if they have rupee-denominated assets and borrow in foreign currencies. This could raise the cost of foreign lending and lead to a net capital outflow. This can be shown from the figure that volatility of rupee over the time period. Rupee has depreciated over a time period. FDI, foreign direct investment. From the figure, it can be seen that the share of industry FDI is less than the share of services FDI in GDP. This shows that over the time period, share of services in FDI has increased, but share of industries has not increases as much as the share of services. Rise in trade cost. Attacks on shipping in Red Sea and droughts in the Panama Canal have resulted in trade flows being rerouted, increasing journey time and cost. India's mercantile trade relies heavily on maritime trade, so disturbances in major shipping routes can impact its economy. Commodity price volatility. Fluctuations in commodity prices, especially for critical imports like oil, metals, agriculture products, can impact India's trade balance and inflation levels. Disappointing global growth presents a downside risk, especially for industrial commodities. Additional trade restrictions could push food prices higher. Next slide. I am audible, ma'am? Next slide, please. Trade policy changes. Changes in trade policies by major trading partners or geopolitical developments can affect India's export opportunities and market access. As per the WTO Trade Monitoring Report number 23, the pace of WTO members' implementation of new export restrictions has increased significantly since 2020. For 2023, the trade covered by import restrictions in force was estimated at $2,480 billion, representing almost one-tenth of total world imports. Strategic imperatives. India's push towards manufacturing in complex and niche sectors through schemes such as PLI, production-linked incentive schemes, and Make in India aims to balance these goals. On the other hand, India's edge in services will catalyze our globalization over the coming years. FTA, Free Trade Agreement. India considers FTA an instrument of trade liberalization and a complement to the multilateral trading system under WTO. Accordingly, the country has engaged with its trading partners to expand its export markets while ensuring better terms for essential imports to meet domestic demand in a competitive manner. After a gap of nearly 10 years, 4 new FTA have been signed over the period 21 to 24. These FTAs are with Mauritius, signed in Feb 21, the UAE, Feb 2022, Australia with April 22, and European Free Trade Association in March 24. All these FTAs have come into force exception the last one. Having signed FTA with most East Asian partners, this new trade engagement focus on gaining access to the Western and African markets as well as potential partners having trade complementarity. India is simultaneously working towards unlocking the potential gains from growing integration by augmenting the logistic fronts. This is evident from the large infrastructure deals which have been signed to ram up trade. The international north-south transport corridor is expected to shorten trade time for shipment to Russia and Europe. Another major joint infrastructure deal, the India-Middle East-Europe corridor, will connect Asia with Europe via ports and railroads. Conclusion. Ultimately, India needs to focus on improving its competitiveness in many product areas. For example, India has tremendous potential in becoming a large global exporter in agriculture commodities. Fostering strong regional trade ties and adding more markets for Indian goods will help mitigate global demand fluctuations. Product safety and quality consciousness in the private sector and policy stability in the private sector are obvious starting point to turn the challenge into an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ritu. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Jyoti for giving her presentation. Ms. Jyoti from Bhagat Phul Singh Women University, Kanpur. Ms. Jyoti from Bhagat Phul Singh University, Kanpur.
Hello.
Yes, Ms. Jyoti, you are audible. You may start your presentation now.
Okay, ma'am. Hello, good afternoon to all. Ma'am, may I audible?
Yes, you are audible, Jyoti.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon to all. My name is Jyoti. I'm research scholar of Bhagat Phul Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur Kala. My topic is changing trend and patterns in public expenditure in Haryana state. Introduction. Public expenditure refer to money spent by the government on the social, economic and regulatory needs of a country. It's a key concept of economic that can be used to promote economic growth and social development. The government can use public expenditure to provide goods and services like education, healthcare, defense, and social welfare. Invest in infrastructure. The government can use the public expenditure to invest in infrastructure like building and road, hospitals, schools, etc. Pay cash benefit. The government can be public expenditure to pay cash benefit like retirement pension and family allowance. Pay subsidy. The government can use the public expenditure to pay subsidy to companies and households. Public expenditure is usually divided into current expenditure and capital expenditure. The paper examines the trend and pattern of public expenditure in Haryana. I take only 5 items: education, health, social security, economic affair, and environmental protection. Objective of the study: find out the trend and pattern of these 5 items: education, health, social security, economic affair, and environmental protection. First table show the revenue expenditure of Haryana government. It shows education and health and welfare affair is continuously increased revenue expenditure from 2005 to 2020. But in economic affair and environment is decreased 2013 after 2013. In 2014, I'm highlight that is decreased, and after 2014 it is again increased. In environment it is decrease, increase and decrease, increase and decrease. It is not continuously increase in environmental protection. It is a trend of revenue expenditure. It shows the revenue expenditure on education of Haryana is continuously increased, but the economic services
up and down revenue expenditure, and the expenditure on environment is minimum, very lowest. Capital expenditure capital expenditure also, education in 2010 is decreased. After 2010-11 it is again increased. Health, revenue capital expenditure on health, it is increased 2005, 6, 7, 8, but it 2010 it is decreased. After 2011 it again increased, and 2015 it decreased. Welfare affair, it is not continuously increase, it decrease and increase. And economic service also increase decrease. Environmental protection, it is very least, very lowest capital expenditure. Trend of capital expenditure, it shows that economic services is um, highest capital expenditure, that when it is very up and down. In 2015 it is peak of capital expenditure. Total expenditure is continuously increase. Trend of total expenditure, um, highest total expenditure in economic affairs. And second one is education, third welfare affair, and fourth health, and in last environmental protection. Conclusion, after analyze the data, result found that the trend of public expenditure on above item, that is the revenue expenditure, is highest on education among the item, but capital expenditure is highest on the economic services in Haryana. The public expenditure on health is increasing continuously in Haryana 2005 to 2020. The capital expenditure on economic service has a big gap of increase and decrease, with the high capital expenditure in 2015, 15-16, and the lowest in 2005 and 2006. The total expenditure of social security and welfare affair and services continuously increase in Haryana. The revenue capital and total expenditure on environmental protection found the lowest among the item of the Haryana. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you,
Now,
ma'am.
I would like to call the next presenter, who is Dr. Shweta Bansal, Assistant Professor, Hindu Girls College, Sonipat. Dr. Shweta Bansal.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Dr. Shweta Bansal, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce from Hindu Girls College, Sonipat. Today, the topic of my presentation is which demographic factors trigger consumers' perception towards health insurance policy, an empirical study in India. In 2020, India emerged as one of the top 3 markets for healthcare, experiencing significant growth. Recognizing this, continuous efforts are required to expand the health insurance sector, ensuring awareness and policy benefits reach a broader consumer group. Health insurance stands as a promising avenue for insurance to enhance market reach and penetration, providing crucial financial support for individuals facing long-term illnesses or sudden accidents. The rising awareness among demographic aged 25 to 45 presents an opportunity for health insurers to fulfill the changing preferences of this demographic. While word of mouth and media play crucial roles in spreading awareness, challenges still persist, like changing lifestyles, the prevalence of non-communicable diseases, the exorbitant cost of medical care, and often overlooked indirect expenses that contribute significantly to the overall financial burden. In addressing these healthcare challenges, innovative strategies are required to tap into the substantial potential for growth in the health insurance sector, particularly focusing on demographic factors influencing consumer perceptions. Literature review. Singh and Chaturvedi in 2002 highlighted the role of demographic factors on consumer perception regarding health insurance policies in India. They examined how Indian consumers perceive health insurance policies, evaluating their perspectives based on gender, age, and occupation. However, the study finds no significant difference in perceptions between males and females, but significant variations across different occupation groups. Parihar and Ghosh in 2022 did a study in Gwalior They identified 5 important factors like awareness regarding health insurance policies, information of companies offering health insurance policies, risk promotion by the companies, and tax benefits. Meenakshi Sundaram and Krishna Kumar in 2020 highlighted the influence of age on health insurance satisfaction. They found that younger respondents are more confident, more content with the determinants. Then Parihar and Rahul in 2019 explored factors impacting customer choices in India's growing insurance sector. They found mainly 9 key determinants. Then we have Badu et al. In 2018, whose study revealed that healthcare utilization and National Health Insurance Scheme active membership in a Ghanaian municipality were significantly predicted by various socio-demographic variables. Then Yunus et al. In 2017 found that education level has a significant impact on how often people use healthcare services in Malaysia. Sarkar et al. In 2014 investigated the impact of age and sex and healthcare expenditure among households in Bangladesh. As the study is based on the demographic factors, so we have taken gender, age, education, marital status, occupation, and annual income based on the review of literature. And we have studied whether there is a significant difference in consumers' perception towards health insurance policies with regard to these demographic factors. So in all 6 hypotheses have been formulated. The study is exploratory cum descriptive. Convenience sampling has been used, and 500 individuals were approached, out of which we got 472 responses. And ANOVA and Welch test has been used for the study. As we all know that before using ANOVA, we need to do a living statistic, which is based, as ANOVA is based on the assumption of equality of variance of various categories. So if the p-value of Levin's test is more than 0.05, then the variance of the dependent variable in various categories of the independent variable is the same. So here we can see the result of the Levin statistic, that it is higher in case of gender, education, marital status, occupation, and annual income, whereas in case of age, it is not significant. So in case of age, a Welch test has been applied, and in other demographic variables, ANOVA has been used. Talking about the results of ANOVA, H1, that is where the difference was checked between consumer perception and gender. So we found that it is not rejected, and it is compatible with the findings of Sarkar et al. In 2014. Then our second hypothesis has also been not rejected, and similarly, education and with annual income, but marital status and occupation have been rejected because we have p-value less than 0.05. I would like to conclude the study that age, gender, income, and education significantly shape consumer perceptions of health insurance policies. These factors likely affect how individuals assess the importance, benefits, and accessibility of health insurance, indicating that marketers and policymakers should tailor their strategies to address the unique needs and preferences associated with these demographics. Whereas marital status and occupation were found to have no significant impact on consumer perceptions. This suggests that perceptions towards health insurance policies are more universally influenced by individual attributes like education or income level rather than societal roles or professional affiliations. The results highlight the need for targeted awareness campaigns and policy adjustments that prioritize the demographic segments most likely to benefit from health insurance policies. By leveraging insights from age, gender, income, and education, stakeholders can enhance consumer engagement and improve access to health insurance in India. Thank you.
Ma'am, for your presentation. So the next delegate who will be giving the presentation is Mr. Naveed Bangar. Mr. Naveed Bangar from Baba Mastanath University.
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Naveed, you are audible
Yes,
and
I'm
visible as
visible.
well. Yes,
Okay, ma'am.
yes, you are audible and visible.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Navdeep Bangar, here to present a PowerPoint presentation for my research topic, Startup Culture Amongst Youths in India, a case study of Rohtak, Haryana. and I'm under the guidance of Dr. A.S. Bura. He's a professor in Bahamasat University, Rohtak. The first objective of the study, there are two objectives: to examine the role of education in shaping entrepreneurial intentions among youth in Rohtak, and the second one is to analyze the influence of family support on the entrepreneurial aspirations of young individuals. So the search methodology was sample size was taken of 100 participants that were aged between 18 to 30 years from Rohtak, and they were selected on the basis of that they are most active and receptive of the entrepreneurial opportunities. Data was gathered using a structured questionnaire with a 5-point Likert scale, basically strongly disagree to strongly agree, covering aspects of education, family support, and entrepreneurial intentions. Analytical techniques were used. They were ANOVA and intermittent variables like education and family support or entrepreneurial intentions. The findings of the study were higher education levels correlate with stronger entrepreneurial intentions. Respondents with postgraduate qualifications showed the highest entrepreneurial aspirations, indicating that education fosters the necessary skills and confidence. Second, family support significantly influences entrepreneurial aspirations. Both emotional encouragement and financial backing from family members were found to positively impact the entrepreneurial mindset, especially with families viewed entrepreneur as a respectable career. Thirdly, barriers such as financial constraints and risk aversion limit entrepreneurial pursuits. Respondents from lower income families reported difficulties accessing resources, underscoring the need for better financial support systems. The future road for map for this study: expand the study to include multiple semi-level areas from comparative analysis. This would provide a broader understanding of the factors influencing entrepreneurial in other regions with similar socio-economic conditions. Investigate the impact of government initiatives like Startup India on semi-urban entrepreneurship. Future research could explore how policies translate into action and their effectiveness in smaller cities. Conduct longitudinal studies to track entrepreneurial success over time. Long-term studies could evaluate how educational and family interventions influence entrepreneurial outcomes. Other key rated points: policymakers should address financial barriers through targeted support programs. Government and financial institutions should offer microloans, grants, and lower interest credit schemes to young entrepreneurs in semi urban areas. Educational institutes must integrate entrepreneurial focused curricula. Schools and colleges should include practical training, mentorship, and exposure to real world entrepreneurial ecosystems to prepare students. Family oriented campaigns can foster a more supportive environment for young entrepreneurs. Awareness campaigns could educate families about the potential of entrepreneurship as a viable and sustainable career option, encouraging rather great family environment. Thank you all.
Thank you, Navdeep, for your presentation. So the next delegate who will be giving the presentation is Ms. Jyoti from GJU, Guru Jamreshwar University, Hisar. Ms. Jyoti.
Hello.
Yes, Jyoti.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello.
Yes, you are audible, Jyoti. You may start your presentation now.
Today, the topic of my presentation is understanding consumer behavior of selecting offline channel in multi-channel retail environment. Due to the use of smartphone device and availability of internet at all time, anywhere and everywhere, the retail environment is changing. Due to the rapid growth of technology and an increase in competition, the marketers use more than one distribution channel in their organization to earn more profit. To address the combination of traditional and online store, the word multi-channel was formulated in early 2000. In this paper, it is explained that how shopping orientation, situational variable, and channel knowledge affect the preference of offline channel selection of the consumer. This study takes a closer look at offline shopping behavior of consumer in apparel buyings. All the hypotheses have made accordingly apparel shopping behavior of consumer. Data were collected from 400 respondents located in northern part of India. Statistic regression is used to find out the result of shopping behavior of consumer in purchasing apparels. There are four types of shopping orientation. First one is price orientation, convenience orientation, enjoyment, and impulsive orientation. Situational variables are divided into three parts: time pressure, distance to store, and social interaction. There are two types of channel knowledge. First one is online channel knowledge, and second one is offline channel knowledge. There is dependent variable is probability of offline channel choice of buying apparels. The objective of this study is to study the effect of shopping orientation, situational factors, and channel knowledge on the choice of offline channel selection. All the hypotheses are framed H1 to H9. The research methodology of the study is 5-point Likert scale type was adapted to measure the predictor, and the scale 0 and 1, 0 for online purchase and 1 for offline purchase, was used to check preference choice of channel selection for apparels. The measurement model was used in PLSM to test the reliability, convergent, and discriminant validity. To analyze the effect of shopping orientation, situational variable, and channel knowledge on the channel choice of offline, the binary logistic regression were used to find out the result of the all hypothesis. The findings of this study are the coefficient of computed enjoyment orientation, time pressure, distance to store, and online channel knowledge are significant and in the same order as suggested in the hypothesis. So the H3, H5, H6, and H9 are accepted, thereby indicating that the predictor is significant in the probability of event occurring, like choosing offline store for purchasing. The coefficient price orientation, convenience, impulsive, and social interaction are not significant. However, H1, H2, H4, H7 are not supported the model, so they are rejected. Practical implication of this study is this study offers some practical implications for Indian apparel retailers who want to make more sales and profit, produce apparels at low cost because consumers are focusing more on low price apparels, and adopt online store for more to purchase apparels. On the other hand, when discussing about convenience orientation, consumer also want to purchase from online store because it saves time and effort for buying. Retailers add some entertainment and fun-loving activity in their offline store, like background music, some entertaining activity to attract consumer, because this study results show that consumer who are more entertainment conscious adopt offline store over online store. Accordingly to the finding of the study, consumers who are more impulsive are like to buy from online store comparatively offline store. Thus, it can be said for offline retailers need to place more attention to display on the apparels. This study has suggested that distance to store, time pressure are less important when consumers want to purchase apparel. This indicates that the probability of selecting offline channel is higher than online channel. The retailers need to enhance the feature for convenience at the offline stores, such as availability of specialized salesperson, location-based service, and to increase sales on online store. It is necessary to attract consumers by running discount promotions, less delivery time, and try-on facilities. In multi-channel retail environment, social interaction plays a major role in buying apparel. In this study, it is found that consumers are more likely to purchase apparel from online store rather than online store. The reason behind that is everybody is busy in their household and office work and use their mobile phone for sharing pictures of apparels for decision making. Here, retailers need to study the different types of consumer who are working or not. After that, they can make different type of strategy for their online offline store. The conclusion of this study is that the enjoyment orientation, time pressure, and distance to store and offline channel knowledge, the all in my study they show that they go for offline channel more comparatively rather than online channel. On the other hand, price orientation, convenience oriented, impulsive oriented, and social interaction, and customers who have online channel knowledge for operating different type of websites for purchasing apparels, let's go for offline channels for buying apparels. Thank you.
Thank you, Jyoti, for your presentation. So the next delegate is Miss Bhavna Kashyap, Assistant Professor, Gita Degree College, Shera. Miss Bhavna Kashyap.
Good afternoon, all of you. My name is Bhavna, Assistant Professor in a degree college. My topic is infrastructure development, a catalyst for economic growth and social progress. Introduction. Infrastructure development is one of the most important drivers of economic growth, social equity, and sustainable development. The efficient and reliable delivery of infrastructure services such as transportation, energy, water, sanitation, communication forms the foundation of functioning economy and a well-connected society. This paper provides an in-depth analysis of infrastructure development, covering its types, significances, challenges, and the strategies for improvement. The study highlights the role of infrastructure in promoting economic activities, improving quality of life, fostering social inclusion, while also addressing issues such as sustainability, finance, and governance. The paper concludes with recommendation for enhancing infrastructure development in both developing and developed countries. Factors that influence
Miss Bhavna,
infrastructure.
you are not
Firstly, government policy.
Miss Bhavna. Miss Bhavna, you are not clearly audible.
Yes.
Can you please conclude your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
As you are not clearly audible.
Hello. Am I audible, ma'am? Now. Hello. Hello.
No, you are not audible.
Hello.
Please conclude your presentation.
Hello. Hello.
Miss
Am I
Bhavna,
audible now,
please
ma'am?
conclude your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. The conclusion is infrastructure development is a critical factor in driving economic growth, improving quality of life, fostering sustainable development. It provides the foundation for industrial activity, promotes social equity, and ensure access to essential services. Sustainable, resilient infrastructure is key to achieving global development goals and addressing the challenges posed by climate change, urbanization, and technological innovation. Thank you, all of you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, Miss Bhavna. So the next delegate is Miss Arnika from Baba Mastaaf University. Miss Arnika.
Ma'am, may I audible to you?
Yes, you are audible, Miss Arnika. You may start your presentation now.
Ma'am, my screen is also visible on the that on your screen. Hello?
Yes, Miss Arnika.
Ma'am, my screen is visible to you.
Your PPT is not visible. You may please turn on your camera.
Ma'am, then you have to share my PPT right now exactly because my screen is not sharing.
Okay, so we will display your PPT.
Yes, ma'am, because I have already shared to the technical team.
Okay.
So, good afternoon, all of you. Myself, Varnika, and my topic is work-life balance amongst professional and Rohtak. So, I choose this topic because I am related to Rohtak and I belongs to Rohtak, and I surveyed and I studied over it. So, after all the beautiful presentations, I am presenting this PPT. Can you please share my PPT? Yes. So, work-life balance amongst professionals in Rohtak. The objective of my study is to investigate, as my topic is, how professionals in Rohtak manage their personal and professional responsibilities and identify the factors that influence their work-life balance, that is WLB. To examine variations in WLB, that is work-life balance, across different demographic groups such as age, gender, uh, and job sectors in the local context to provide actionable recommendations for organizational and HR practitioners to enhance WLB through supportive practices and policies. So these are the my main objectives of the study. And then we came to research methodology. I took the three things, that is approach, sample size, and the data analysis. And as we can see on the screen, approach, a quantitative research methodology was used employing a structured questionnaire to gather data on professional and personal life integration. And then sample size, my sample is very simple. I took 100 respondents from Rohtak itself, Rohtak, Haryana. And then data analysis, the data was collected and I analyzed in a descriptive statistics to identify the patterns and trends, and an ANOVA test was employed to determine the significant differences among demographic groups. And let us come on the findings now. Uh, and the findings are the key influencing factors, which is the work-life balance is significantly impacted by job characteristics, including type of work, which type of work, and how many working hours it will take. What are the family responsibilities, especially for the married professional, because it might be a difficult task for the married ones or those who are dependent. Independents and dependents are both play a crucial role. And then role of the flexibility, flexible work arrangements such as remote work or adjustable hours were found to greatly enhance professionals ability to balance their personal and professional life, because these days we can face a lot of difficulties or hurdles to manage how to live our personal life and how to manage our work life balance. Then we come to the demographic variations. Differences in the work life balance levels were observed across groups such as age, gender, and mainly job roles, highlighting the need for tailored organizational strategies. After that, future roadmap for studies. The first one is the broadening scope, expand the sample to include the professional from the various industries and the geographical regions to improve generalizability, and then investigating the new models to examine the impact of involving work models such as remote and the hybrid arrangements, life balance, and in the different sectors. And then last one is the longitudinal studies. Conduct studies over an extended period to observe how WLB involves, and particularly post pandemic as the workplace norms continue to shift. And the last one is the any other relevant key points which I found out is importance of work life balance. A healthy work life balance, according to me, is essential for enhancing job satisfaction, reducing stress, and improving all the productivity and the mental health. And second thing, employers' role. The organization should prioritize implementing flexible work policies, offering support for personal responsibilities and fostering a cultural work-life balance. The last one and the main the thing in the corporate which I've seen, practical insights for HR. The findings of valuable insights in how small urban contents like Rohtak can adopt strategies to enhance employees
Ms.
retention and
Arnika, please
satisfaction.
conclude your presentation.
Oh, ma'am, that was the last one. Ma'am, the conclusion is that we have to manage the work life of our and we have to separate our personal life. We can't mix mismerge all the things.
Thank you, Ms. Arnika.
Thank
So
you,
the
ma'am.
last delegate for the presentation is Ms. Sweetie Ahlawat, research scholar from Maharshi Dayanand University. Ms. Sweetie Ahlawat, Ms. Sweetie Ahlawat.
Good afternoon.
Yes, you
Am I
may start.
audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible. You may start your presentation now, dear.
Yeah, sure. I'm Sweetie. I am from a research scholar from Institute of Hotel Management, MDU Rohtak. So my title is Pollution and Resource Management in Hotel Industry: Challenges and Sustainable Solutions. So the hotel sector contributes significantly to environmental pollution and resource consumption because of its high demand for water, energy, and materials. This industry faces problem in reducing the environmental impact while meeting guest expectations for comfort and elegance. So pollution in hotels take many forms, including air pollution, water pollution, sound, and solid waste, all of which can be harmful to the environment if not controlled effectively. So, effective resource management measures such as energy efficient technology, water conservation system, water reduction procedure, and sustainable sourcing are required to reduce environmental impact or effect. Adopting these strategy not only reduce pollution but also provide financial benefits, improve brand reputation, and correspondence with rising customer demand for environmentally friendly hospitality. The hotel sector may support international initiatives to mitigate climate change and reduce resource depletion while maintaining its long term sustainability by implementing sustainable practices. So, in hotel sector, yeah, in hotel sector there are many sources like techniques that are managed that we need to be adopt for sustainable way. So these are if we talk about water, so conserving water, there are some methods for conserving water. So we can fix low flow fixtures. Water consumption can be significantly decreased by installing low flow fixture, shower heads, faucet, and toilets. Grey water system enable hotel to recycle water from showers and sink for irrigation and other non-potable uses. So rainwater harvesting, one of the sustainable practice we can use the rainwater harvesting also. So by gathering and holding into rainwater, one can lessen reliance on municipal water supplies for cleaning and landscaping. Another one is reduction and waste management. Reduce, reuse, and recycle. We can reduce and reuse and recycle the waste, the quantity of garbage that ends up the landfills can be reduced by putting in place through recycle system for paper, plastic, glass, and organic waste. So another one is food waste reduction. We can decrease the pollution doing through the food waste reduction also. In the hotel sector, waste generation often include both dry and wet components. Food waste make up the majority of wet trash and can make up over half of the waste reduced by the hotel industry. So we can donate the food, like we cannot discard or use a dustbin for the waste of food. We can donate, or we can give
Conclude
that
your
food.
presentation, please.
Yes, please. So, conclusion is that hotel sector has a big influence on the environment. In addition to being a major driver of the economic growth, hotel may lessen pollution, saves resources, and aid in the fight against climate change by implementing sustainable resource management techniques. The transition to the sustainability improve customer satisfaction, brand reputation, and financial performance. In addition to helping the environment, hotel that place a high priority on sustainable will be better positioned for long time profitability as customer demand for environmental responsible level keep growing. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I would like to thank all the delegates for their presentations. Now I request Professor Archana Chaudhary to give the concluding remarks for the presentations.
Well, first of all, I congratulate the organizers and the paper presenters. Uh, the topics ranged from well-being to solar energy, sustainability, sustainable development goals, financial institutions management, role of higher education, labor mobility, trade patterns, public expenditure, health insurance policy, multi-channel retail environment, work-life balance, skill gaps, corporate governance, and pollution. So, the presenters have tried to cover various aspects related with the economy, and uh, it was a great experience to listen to the thoughts of budding economists, and the scholars were from various departments like economics, commerce, tourism, management. So, you know, uh, I would like to share few of my suggestions for all of you. देखिए, सबसे पहली बात तो ये है कि थोड़ा सा टाइम लिमिट का ध्यान रखना चाहिए। जब आपको लिमिट किया गया है, तो थोड़ा सा आपको इंट्रोडक्शन और कंक्लूजन पे मेनली फोकस करना चाहिए। आप कहीं पे भी प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए जाते हैं, यू शुड मोर फोकस ऑन दी आउटपुट ऑफ योर रिसर्च वर्क। सेकेंडली, ये ठीक है कि आप जिस टॉपिक पे काम कर रहे हैं और आप उस पे अपना प्रेजेंटेशन देना चाहते हैं, लेकिन कहीं न कहीं, क्योंकि देखिए आप सबके टॉपिक्स भी ऐसे थे जो आप मेन थीम के साथ कनेक्ट कर सकते थे। तो कहीं न कहीं एट द टाइम ऑफ कंक्लूडिंग योर सजेशंस, आपको विकसित भारत के साथ अगर आप कनेक्ट करेंगे, तो दैट विल मेक योर प्रेजेंटेशन मोर इफेक्टिव एंड रेलेवेंट फॉर अ पर्टिकुलर कॉन्फ्रेंस and for the post publication post conference publication also, ये चीज बड़ा मैटर करती है, क्योंकि अगर आप एक एडिटेड बुक का सोच रहे हैं, तो उसमें वो चीजें आपके थीम के साथ मैच करती हैं। तो अगर ऐसा कुछ प्रपोजल है ऑर्गेनाइजर्स की तरफ से, तो आप जब रीसबमिट करेंगे पेपर को, तो थोड़ा सा आप कोशिश कीजिए कि एंड में आप अपने टॉपिक को कॉन्फ्रेंस के थीम के साथ भी कनेक्ट कर सकें। तो आप कहीं पे भी प्रेजेंट करते हैं, आप बेशक अपने एरिया में ही रहें, जरूरी नहीं है कि you keep on jumping from one area to another, but try to connect your topic with the theme. और ये किया जा सकता है, it's not something impossible, right? Secondly जो है आप अपना जो कंटेंट डिलीवर करते हैं उसको एक बार पहले खुद से थोड़ा सा बोल के अगर आप प्रैक्टिस कर लेते हैं तो दैट मेक्स इट मोर इफेक्टिव, राइट? So otherwise, it was a good effort on the part of organizers as well as the paper presenters. I hope for the success to all of you in your future presentations. तो मेरे बस ये 2-3 ही सबमिशन थे जो आप कोशिश करें कि इन चीज़ों को आप थोड़ा सा ध्यान में रखें और थोड़ा जब आप स्टडी का एक लिमिटेशन भी अपना एडिशनली आप बता सकते हैं so that that can give an idea to the future researchers that how the work that you are doing can be helpful to other people as well. So that's all from my side, and I'm really thankful to the organizers and the college for inviting me to act as a resource person in this session. So if there is anything else to be done on my part, Himanshi.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your knowledge and giving us valuable insights and suggestions. I'm sure these suggestions are going to be quite helpful for the researchers. Thank you once again, ma'am. Now we will meet after a break, after 5 minutes for the valedictory session. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the valedictory session of this conference. I welcome the chief guest of the session, Professor Ashok Kumar Chauhan, Department of Economics, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, respected principal sir, conveners of the conference, Dr. Sunit Sharma and Ms. Himanshi, staff members and delegates. Before moving ahead, I would like to give a brief introduction of Professor Ashok Kumar Chauhan. Dr. Ashok Kumar Chauhan is currently working as professor in the Department of Economics, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. He has more than 27 years of research and academic experience. Apart from this, he holds corporate experience as well, since he has also worked in the private sector companies as portfolio manager in Capital Trust Limited, New Delhi, sales engineer in Incon Polymath Limited, New Delhi, and as faculty member in various computer education centers of Aptech, Jack King, IMT. Joining the Department of Economics, Kurukshetra University, he has also worked as lecturer in management in Kedarnath Agarwal Institute of Management, Charkhi Dadri. His major interest areas are economic systems, communism, environment development, systematic risk, spiritualism, Hindi poetry, etc. His academic brilliance can be reflected in his research work as he has published more than 27 research papers in various national and international journals of repute. Along with this, he has been a part of more than 11 conferences and seminars. As a knowledgeable and experienced researcher, he has supervised more than 25 research scholars for their MPhil, dissertations, and PhD theses, and many more researchers are pursuing their PhD under his guidance, encouraging another generation of economists and researchers. Dr. Chauhan has also been associated with the writing of Haryana State Development Report as the main consultant. The Department of Economics is progressing by leaps and bounds under his excellent leadership and supervision. His qualities of single-minded commitment to the task in hand help him in excel in his endeavors. And there are many more such things which can be mentioned here. We are feeling honored to have you, sir, as the chief guest of this valedictory session. I request you, sir, to deliver the valedictory address.
Thank you, Ruhani. Thank you very much. So, I congratulate all the organizers, conveners, and organizing secretaries, and the management of the college. You have done wonderful thing. So, I was listening to many papers here. So, in fact, I liked it. I enjoyed it. It was really very nice. So, congratulations to all of you for organizing such a beautiful seminar on this very much relevant theme. So I don't know how to present on this meet. So I'm not habitual of using the meet. So if anybody can share my slides, I have shared on the WhatsApp. So that will be fine. Is it possible that anybody can share the slides?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are sharing it.
Okay. Please. See, this is a very nice topic. Very important, very relevant. Opportunities and challenges for Indian economy in the way to Viksit Bharat at 2047. So this vision of Viksit Bharat at 2047 resonates deeply with all of us, and I am honored to be a part of this seminar which has brought together so many experts, scholars, to deliberate on the opportunities and challenges that lie ahead for the Indian economy. I am delighted to address the gathering of the distinguished academicians, researchers, students in the valedictory session of the seminar. And this is the valedictory session. So you have already presented so many nice papers, and now your minds are full of many ideas from various directions on various sub themes. So many ideas are there. So see, some themes are really very important. You have touched almost everything, and the sub themes, whatever is relevant really for making India developed, Viksit Bharat बनाने के लिए जो चाहिए, मेरे ख्याल से इसमें काफी कुछ कवर कर दिया गया है. This is very good. Now, as far as my topic is concerned, so what should be done? So I can also only add some points because you have already given so many ideas. So what are my ideas? So you can say, see what I am going to speak, not a research paper. It's only a talk, and this talk emerges from synthesizing so many years of experience and watching the development of economies, various economies, India and in other parts of the world, and how the things are happening. So, considering all these things, I'm going to put my ideas. Yes. See, you are watching the production possibility curve, okay, on the screen. Developed means, Viksit means developed, and developed means that production possibility curve shifts ahead. So you can see that, of course, only two commodities are shown here, but there are large number of commodities, goods, services, ideas, which the economy produces, and all of them make a frontier. So just imagine that there is a production possibility frontier and like an envelope, and we have to push it ahead with the same resources. Okay, with same resources, if we can produce more goods, more services, more ideas, more knowledge, then we are developed. So take the example like this. Say you are organizing this seminar. So please remain on the same site. Okay, or it's the same slide. Okay, don't change the slide. Yes, I was saying. Let's say your college has to organize a seminar. Now, if you have to do a lot of effort, and every time, whenever you organize the seminar, every time you have to dictate and tell and give so many directions to the students, to the teachers, to the staff, to various managers, various person involved. You keep on organizing the seminar, but every time you have to do a lot of effort. Okay, then you are not developed. If you have to just issue, just declare that you are going to organize a seminar, and everybody knows that this is their duty, and things happen automatically, then you are developed. So development means a qualitative change in our institutions. If these are educational institutes, it means qualitative change in the services produced by the institution. It is not related with the number. It is not related with the number of students or number of courses or number of, you can say, teachers. If you relate it with numbers, we call it growth. But if you say that it is related with the quality of the education, quality of the things done at the school, college, university. So that means developed. Similarly, if number of the say health institutions, maybe primary health centers, maybe hospitals, maybe various aims, okay, if the number increases, that is growth. But if the quality of the services, health services provided to the patients, if the patients are attended properly whenever they enter the premises, there is somebody to receive them, there is somebody to help them, and somebody is there to guide them, and whatever services they need, people are there to provide those services, and they are not, you can say, confused when they enter the institution. So if things happen in this way, then we say that our hospitals are developed. Same is true about, you can say, government departments, municipal committees, wherever government has to serve people. Same is true about private companies also. If private companies, they care for the customers, that also means development. If the government institutions, they care for their people, that means development. Similarly, within the organizations, if we treat every person as our customer and think that we have to satisfy the customers, okay, so this kind of, if we believe in serving, satisfying, gaining happiness by serving, see, this is part of our uh, culture, our religions. In various religions like Sikhism, I know that service is required. Okay, service is very important. That car seva, you have to do seva, you have to serve, so that you can get the happiness of the sangat, happiness of other disciples, happiness of guru. Okay, like this. So similarly, it is there in the Buddhism also, that without seva, without service, uh, you cannot purify yourself. So in various religions, we find that service is very important. This is part of our culture. So that that should flow in all organizations, not only in religions. So that serving attitude has to go in schools, in colleges, in universities, in government departments, in health institutions, in libraries, wherever wherever we have people, we have to meet people, we have to deliver services to them. So if that is there, then we will say that people know that what they have to do, and if people are developed, then nation is developed. It is not related with the development of infrastructure. It is not related. It is related with the development of people. Most important aspect of development is development of people. Whether people are caring for each other or not, whether they are walking or using the roads properly, if they are using the infrastructure rashly, if they are driving rash, if they are driving rashly on the roads, then country cannot be developed. Okay, if you are using electricity, water, roads, internet, whatever are the public goods and services, parks, okay, whatever public goods are there. So if people care for the things, okay, like I will say that मान लीजिए कि आप हिंदू धर्म के हिसाब से करें, तो you will say that there are पंच महाभूत, पृथ्वी, vayu, agni, jal, akash. So people should have respect for all the resources. These are the resources. Okay, so I have been teaching environment economics also. So there also I believe that if people care for the land, the air, the water, okay, and all flora and fauna, and saving energy, very important. Okay, so then people are developed. If people are developed, nation is also developed. So of course, we have to travel a very long journey, but it can become very short also. And I'm feeling that it is going to be short. Why? Just see, that remember one law of change. So this I take from dialectical materialism, from Marxist philosophy. I take this. So there are various laws, various rules. One rule is that quantity becomes quality. Very important. So if many people are thinking of developing India, okay, if many colleges and universities and departments they are thinking of developing, okay, so then I think something is going to happen. So this quantity will convert into quality, and India will definitely be a developed India, and not by 2047, but it will be very, very early. This is what I'm feeling. If momentum is like this, so like what is happening that everybody is talking about the Viksit Bharat, so the things will happen sooner. Okay, not going to be very late. Okay, so now you can take the next slide. Okay, okay, I'm showing two equations. People of because many of you are from economics and many are from commerce. Probably commerce people may not have seen these production functions, but those who are in economics, they must have seen it. So this is a one equation is a Cobb-Douglas production function. It is saying that output is a function of labor, capital, and one A is total factor productivity. Okay. L is labor, K is capital. Okay. So it is showing that there are two factor production and they can produce various output Q. So Q is the quantity of goods, services, and of course ideas, knowledge. Okay, not only goods and services. Okay. See, this A is total factor productivity. So if this A increases, okay, total factor productivity, it means this is related with the whole system. This is related with the institutions. Okay. With less L and K also, Q can go up. Okay. उतना ही लेबर है, उतना ही कैपिटल है, वो मान लेना ही पड़ते हैं, पर ए को बहुत बढ़ा देते हैं हम। तो यही डेवलपमेंट का मतलब है कि ये ए को बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ा देना है। ठीक है, लेबर का तो फिक्स है ना, देखिए। ओके, आफ्टर ऑल पीपल we may have a large population. Okay, we say that population is very big and people in India due to this large population we can work and demographic dividend can be gained. But remember that number of hours are limited and everybody has to sleep also, and real workers in the economy are very less, and we are not able to put all of them to work also. So huge unemployment is also there. Simultaneously, skill gaps are also there, and proper systems are also not available that people can work, and markets are also not helping in increasing the employment so fast. So many things are. This whole L is a constraint. Okay, K I don't think that it is a big constraint. Capital may be less, but it can be borrowed. It can be taken from other countries also if we make a good environment. So capitalists in the other countries, they're ready to invest in India. And in India itself, huge capital is there. Okay. So I don't see that scarcity of capital is a problem now. Okay. Capital generation was a problem in India. Okay. But it is not a that big problem. Okay. But why I'm showing the other function? Okay. I have divided the K into two parts, the Km and Kn. So I'm saying that let us think, in fact, it is there. The capital can be divided into two things. One is Km is the man-made capital and Kn is the natural capital. Okay. Now, see, we can increase the output. Okay. We can increase L. Okay. We can increase Km also, as I told, man-made capital, but natural capital, that is fixed. So India, see, many times I have heard this thing that India is a rich country, but its people are poor. But remember, it is not true. India is a poor country. It is not rich in terms of resources also. per capita resources are less. Per capita land is very less. We have only 2% of the land of the world, and we are having more than 16% of the population of the world, and we are having more than about, you can say, 1/5 of the uh, cattle also on our earth. So there is a huge pressure on our natural capital of the cattle and of the human beings. Our environment is very, very fragile, and you must be feeling that it is deteriorating continuously, and illnesses, disease is increasing, and the health is going down, and various kind of diseases are emerging very fast. You can see that natural capital is it is a constraint. Okay, but remember, natural capital is also of two types. One is non-renewable resources and other is renewable resources. So as far as non-renewable resources are there, per capita land is less, per capita water is less, per capita coal is less. So whatever are the land resources or under the land, whatever minerals deposits are there, per capita, they are very, very less. But what about renewable resources? So I'll say this is the biggest strength of India. The resources can be renewed. This is the real power. The soil quality can be renewed. It can be rejuvenated. The water can be purified. The air can be purified. The breeze which is flowing in India, it 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 keeps on renewing itself. The solar energy falling on India, so it's a very big resource. Of course, India is having small area, 2%, but remember, it is having one of the largest irrigated area in the world. It is having more irrigated area than even America. America, which is so many times bigger than India. Okay, 8 times bigger than India. Okay, but population is 1/3 of India in USA. So per capita resources are very large. But as far as irrigated area is considered, India is having very big irrigated area. Okay. So you see that our renewable resources are our real strength. We can renew them. We can renew the quality of the soil. We can renew the quality of air, quality of water. But are we doing enough efforts? This is the thing. So remember that this natural capital is a constraint. Okay. And see, remember, we have to maximize the production, the isoquant curve, isoquant frontier. We have to take it above and above on the right side. Okay. But what stops us? It is some constraint. Okay. If constraint is there, we have to break the constraint, or we have to push the constraint ahead. Say we don't have energy. Okay. Then produce more energy, take it ahead. Say if we have less water, okay, then what is needed everywhere? 24-hour water supply should be there in the cities. Okay, 24-hour supply electricity should be in the villages and urban areas everywhere. Okay, electricity and water, internet, these are the essential things. Okay, so if some constraint is there, we have to you can say push it ahead. Okay, and we have to make these things abundant so that these don't act as a constraint, and labor and capital, they can work. Okay, so take the next slide. I don't know whether you can see or not, but I have written not alone. Okay, see, one thing we have to understand, everybody has to understand. Many times I am listening these kind of words. Let us make Haryana developed. Let us make Maharashtra developed. There are many persons who say, okay, focus on one village, focus on one city, and make it developed. Then it will happen at other places. Okay. Choose a village, choose some cities and make them smart cities. Adopt some villages, okay, and make them developed. This is not possible. It is not possible to develop one family in a village, okay, and keep other families, you can say, underprivileged. No, you'll have to provide the amenities to all. It is not possible that you develop one village and you don't develop other village. What will happen? You develop one village and others are not developed, crime rate will go up. And they're going, many criminals will come and they are going to kill. And then you'll have to spend more money on safety, security. Okay. So if you think that you develop the Haryana and don't think about development of Rajasthan and Punjab and nearby states, okay, it is not possible. Okay. If we think that we develop India and don't think of the development, don't share the benefits of development with Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, and Pakistan. Remember, don't forget that it is our brother. Okay, it is the younger brother of India. Okay, don't forget. So if we don't think of their good, their development, terrorism is likely to. It can come from all sides. It can come from Bangladesh. It can come from Sri Lanka. It can come from Nepal, from all nearby states. Okay, so if we think of developing alone, it's not possible. If you think of developing one company, okay, okay, and leave other companies, no, not possible. If you think of developing one sector, okay, say you think of developing only manufacturing sector, okay, and in manufacturing only automobile, okay, very bad. So this is what is happening. That you'll have to think that industry cannot be developed without developing the agriculture. Okay, industrial base is not increasing; it is not expanding. Since so many years, I am hearing that agriculture is having disguised uh, employment, and even if it is not disguised, people need to be shifted from the agriculture to industry or to services. Of course, people are shifting from agriculture to directly to services, but the manufacturing sector is not expanding. So unless until agriculture is developed, it is not possible, because a developed agriculture can supply the raw materials to manufacturing more easily in a better way. Only then it can develop. Okay, so developing one sector and leaving other is not possible. So that is, I'm saying that no tree can develop alone. Okay, it will dry up, सूख जाएगा पेड़ का पेड़. Similarly, same is true about health, education. So if you think of developing education without developing the health, not possible. If everybody is suffering from fever and dengue and various kind of diseases, they're taking leave again and again. They're not coming to classes. So without good health, good education is not possible, and vice versa is true. Without good education, good health is not possible, because one needs to be updated regarding the health. Latest things what are happening in the field of health needs to be known by everyone. Only then you can say it is possible. Okay, so not alone. So then how to do it together? This is the question. Okay. Next slide, please. Next is, earlier was not alone, but now I'm saying not one but all. So many problems are there. Okay, so many objectives are ahead of the economic thinkers, managers, financial managers, economic planners. Okay, whoever are in this development debate, who are thinking, so they have these things in their mind. The country has to grow, per capita income has to be grown. Okay, stability has to be there, means inflation should not be there, exchange rate should be stable, rate of interest should be stable. But rate of interest varies so much, variation is there. Many type of rate of interest is there in India. You see that farmers are paying say 36% to artis, okay, and the rickshaw puller, ready, those who are selling on the small readies, so they are paying 10% per day, okay, 10% per day, 300% per month, 3600% per year, not 36%, but 3600%. Okay, so much variation in the, so capital is not available to everyone, and so many type of rate of interest are there. So there should be something has to be done regarding this, that loan, financial inclusion has happened. Okay, everybody has opened the account, but is loan available to everyone at a lower rate of interest? That is the question. Okay, management of these three things: rate of interest, and the uh, foreign exchange rate, and the inflation that we call stability. And third objective is equity. Okay, more inequality means problem to the democracy. Remember, okay, inequality, fraternity, and harmony. These three are the, you can say, values of our preamble of our constitution. But if one goes down, other two will suffer definitely. So if we want to keep our democracy intact, it is important that equality is there. And this equality seems to be in conflict with the growth. Stability seems to be in conflict with growth. Whatever objectives I have mentioned on this slide means development of health, education, employment, skills, peace, crime control, gender parity, okay, poverty, inflation, and even environment. You know, there is a debate between development and environment, that if you go for development, then environment is going to suffer. So all these objectives seems to be in conflict with the growth. Okay, in between I have mentioned these words are also this there. You see, these are the, you can say, these are the requirements. Amenities should be given to the individual ones. At individual level, they need sanitation, they need water, electricity, transport, internet, security, financial inclusion, and legal services. So these 8 things are required at individual level to make India developed, and others are the economic objectives. And in the beginning, I write growth, and at the end, I write unemployment. Why? See, all these can be solved together by putting people to solve other problems. Don't focus on growth, focus on other things. Growth will automatically come. If we employ people to provide health, to provide education, to provide skills, to keep people in, say, sufficient person in security for crime control, if we provide the, you can say, sanitation, water, electricity, service, these 8 things, if we provide these things through people, unemployment will go away. That's all. So means providing employment, okay, will solve all the problems, and growth, then growth will come. If you provide employment, so labor is employed, capital is already there, so labor and capital, they will focus, you can say, increase the growth. That's all. And growth with equity is nothing but development. Okay, so we are talking about developed India. So I am saying, if you focus on only one problem, it cannot be solved. But if you solve all the problems together, then it is possible to solve. Okay, so one thing was that alone, people cannot be developed, country cannot be developed. Second is, no single problem can be solved in isolation. All problems are interrelated, and this is the basically principle behind SDGs also. Okay, all 17 goals can be achieved together, but no single can be achieved in isolation. And every scheme designed by the government should cater to multiple goals, okay, and multiple sub goals. So it has to be designed in a way that it caters to multiple goals, and here the thinking is required. Okay, means what the economists have to do, what the administrators, economists, and the people in the public administration and people in commerce, they have to think about such schemes which attack on you can say in multiple pronged way in on various problems.